Okay, when did that happen? Yeah, I know. We might save that. Yeah, I got your message. So we might cover that tomorrow. But since we got some people here, let me go to studio. All right, got a couple people here. Got Mikey or Jim Smith is here. But what I want to show, what I'm working on right now is this is the hell going to be a called a spherical parallel manipulator. It has three rings, one, two, three, and a base. And I believe the base will have magnets in it. I'm not sure. Look. Yeah, I think it will. Yeah, the base has like slots for magnets. But when you assemble this thing, it's got 9 bearings in it, so it rides very freely, moves very freely. When you rotate one of the rings, these rotate independently, freely. When you rotate one of them, it adjusts this. Here, let me spherical parallel manipulator. Show a video about it. No, it's not perpetual motion. It's this. This is the thing I'm building. So the tip doesn't move from its place, from its point in 3D space. That's why it has this red dot. This red dot will stay motionless. You can attach, yeah, for microscopy, for macro photography, for so if you need to rotate and manipulate an item that you're photographing without it going out of focus. Because if in macro photography your depth of field is very shallow, so any movement throws the whole thing out of focus. Plus, it's hard to keep focused on something that's moving around. So when you do that, you can see all sides of an object just like this. It just stays centered in the frame. So, yeah, it's very cool. See that? See how it's staying in the frame? I think that's pretty awesome. And you can also do it with a platform where the platform will manipulate but the center stays put. And he's got this thing motorized, which is very cool. But yeah, it's what I'm going to be using it for is for painting. Hey, Shifty, what I'm going to be using it for is painting. I can print an adapter that fits in this hole and holds an item or a little miniature or something, so I can rotate it and get a different angle. Yeah, this is turning out to be a pretty cool hobby. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. When was it? 4 months ago, Planet Peterson debated FKATZOID. I don't know if I've done this on my channel or not. Let me go. Let me check. I have no idea. I can't keep track of shit anymore. Oh, where's the... Here it is. I'm not sure. Evidently not. So that's the only one. So good. Hey, Real Cygnus. That's not measuring something flat. No, an elevation angle isn't based on a horizontal. Sorry. No, it's not. No, Flatzoid, you didn't say it's measured flat. You said all measurements are done from a flat plane. That's not measuring something flat. Fucking retard. No, 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 it's not. That's about the most ignorant fucking thing he said. Hey, Al. What? Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Hold on. Hmm.
The lines coming to the
Can you hear that?
surface of the Earth would be parallel, and the tangent line from wherever you are on your latitude, the angle between that and where the North Star is, creates an angle that matches your latitude.
No.
The lines
There
coming
it
to
is.
this.
All right, there it is. Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
Well, you do know that tangents are a
All right.
Which is
um,
that's it. Yeah, the Earth's measurably flat.
okay. Can you substantiate that claim?
Yes,
Hey, Karen.
all
Hey, Mauricio. Anybody else I miss? Nope.
all cartography is based on surveying based on horizontal datums.
Go on.
That's the substation claim. It's measured flat. When you measure and make maps and distances, it's based upon a horizontal reference frame. It's a plane.
Like a tangent?
No, a horizontal plane.
I'll be
There's
right
no
back. I
tangent.
need to get my coffee.
Well, you do know that tangents are a thing, right?
Yeah, tangents require a curve. A plane is not a curve.
Sure. So what kind of measurements are you talking about? Like land surveying?
Yep.
Or when you're looking at zenith angles for stars, or what?
A zenith angle requires an elevation angle which is based on horizontal.
Is that the case?
Yes.
Can you substantiate that?
Yes.
Go on.
What's an angle?
Yes.
Go on.
Yeah, what's an angle?
Go on. Substantiate the claim.
A zenith angle is an elevation angle which is based from the surface of Earth's horizontal.
So is the claim the Earth is flat just embedded as one of the assumptions in there? Are we begging the question, or like what are we doing?
There's no assumption. You asked me how is we know it's Earth is flat. I said it's measured flat. So I'm explaining to you all measurements require flat Earth. Even your globe is based off of flat Earth.
I don't agree with that at all, because the angle that the North Star makes, for example, matches your latitude, which is not.
Latitude lines come from a horizontal based on the elevation angle.
No, because first of all, the predictive mathematical model for that fails like every single time you'd make a measurement, except for like the initial measurement you use to say this is where this is. But the globe math for that works every single time, because the angle that the North Star makes from an observed point is the same thing as your latitude. And that is with the North Star, for example, being very, very, very far away. And so being like the lines coming to the surface of the Earth would be parallel. And the tangent line from wherever you are on your latitude, the angle between that and where the North Star is, creates an angle that matches your latitude.
That's false. There's no tangent. You start off with a 90
So that's
degree
claim
angle.
that it's false. What do you mean?
You start off with a 90-degree angle. That would be the GP of the star, which would be Polaris. And
Yeah, and that relationship between angle and latitude is a linear relationship, which is not possible on a flat Earth. Hey, Westside. All right, later, Wes. Sorry, man.
Your distance from it determines its latitude. So if you are 600 nautical miles away, you will see Polaris at 80 degrees. If you're right underneath it, you'll see it at 90 degrees. So
Not on a flat Earth.
the further away you go, eventually when you get to the equator, you see
Well, there are exceptions. There's 45 degrees latitude. That's the exception.
Polaris at the horizon.
Oh, never mind.
And why don't you see it if you go past the equator?
Because then it's too far to see. It has got to the angle, it's too limited because it
Too far to see, but we see stars further.
has diffracted into the horizon.
Okay, so let me see here. There is a predictive model that you actually can do for this. So do you see the percent error on the top versus the bottom?
Yeah.
So you see how the bottom one, the error just grows extraordinarily large, and the top, the errors are really small?
Mm-hmm.
So the bottom one
Because
is the bottom one is the flat Earth model.
But he didn't do it the FKATZOID way, where nobody looks at the same point in space.
No.
Yes, it is.
False.
No, I've done this before. This is in a book I wrote. I did
Right. And I've done it 3 different ways. Once with Blender, once with a physical model that you can touch and feel and manipulate, and on paper, actually 4 ways, and in GeoGebra. So I've done it 4 different ways.
exactly what you talked about there. Measured the angle of the North Star, and then you check those angle measurements in different places.
Okay, let's see if I can share my screen. I can't stream.
He's going to show that fucked up model he made, isn't he? I bet $1 million he will.
Well,
before
we do that, let's go over something. If the North Star, so if you have a triangle, we're making measurements, right? If you know 2 angles and the base, you can figure out the length of other sides. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, it's trigonometry. That's why it's flat Earth based.
Right. Well, it's not, because you can see that's what I did here. We're looking at the bottom table. See how the error says 0%?
Everything's flat Earth based, isn't it? Isn't it? Globes are flat Earth based.
And for the first 2.
Yeah.
I love laughing at him.
So you have to establish, you have to make an initial measurement to say, okay, what is that? In this case, we're doing height of the sun, right?
Height of the sun. Okay.
So I have, you can take the equator for a reference. In this one, it's based on the sun, not the North Star, but it works the same way. So you take the equator because we know the angle there. That'll be Cygnus. It would be a 90-degree angle, right? Actually, predicted angle is 0. I don't know why it says 0. I think that's supposed to say 90. So then, from a certain distance, we know the distance in miles across the surface of the Earth, and we know 2 angles. We know the right angle.
Oh, I just wanted to say something. A lot of channels are guilty of it, especially if they're monetized, right? I don't watch any conservative channels. I watch mainly like liberal, left-wing leaning, people that respect the First Amendment, that respect freedom of speech, that the current administration is trampling on. But then you go on their channel and you say something that's not dirty, it's not obscene, it's not even really controversial. But for some reason, these pieces of shit have certain words censored on their censor list. Of course, they claim it's YouTube doing it, but no. YouTube has a censorship policy that goes so far. But then these dipshits, these hypocritical fucks who claim to be all, oh, I'm for freedom. They follow the algorithm more than they do their own convictions. They sell out. They sell out to a YouTube fucking algorithm, and it pisses me off.
Angle at the equator, and we know the angle we are observing. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
So that
Which
establishes
also
the
require
height.
flat Earth.
Hold on. That establishes the height. Are you with me so far?
Yep.
Okay, so that's why the error is 0%. Now, if we know the height, we know that base angle, now no matter where we go, we can extrapolate now that we have the height and the base angle, which is that 90 degrees. Now for any distance, we can predict ahead of time what the angle is, and look at what happens with the percent error. It grows larger and larger and larger and larger. So
Can you show?
So the flat Earth math doesn't match reality. The globe
That's
math does
false.
match reality. So do you see how it says 95% error?
I love it. Oh, it's false. No, it's true, dipshit. It's right there in front of you.
Okay, first of all, just because you're putting error there doesn't make it error. Can you quickly share
It is an error because I did the math. The predicted
well, I also
angle
did that.
is 20 degrees.
Hey, Billy.
The actual angle is 39 degrees.
Okay, I also put math. Can you quickly share that JPEG I put in the chat? So do you see that 90 degrees?
Did I fucking nail it or what, guys?
Do you know what that 90 degrees stands for?
A 90 degree angle? I don't know. I've never seen this figure before.
Right, just like you
Look at the confusion on Peterson's face. I wish I knew his first name. Does he have a first name? Planet? Is Planet his first name? What is his first name? Here, hold on. Why the hell?
said, yeah.
Why is that not working? It's not letting me fucking
So
select.
what happens is
It's not letting me click on anything. What the fuck? Look at this shit. I can't click. What the hell? I fucking hate YouTube.
Polaris is that 90 degree. If you stand 0 nautical miles, you are directly under 90. So that's the zenith angle. That's Polaris. Okay? So that's the geographical position for Polaris. Every 600 nautical miles you go away, that is what the latitude's based upon. So it's
See, this is a good case of cognitive dissonance. See, he knows that it's 1 degree per 69 miles, but he wants the Earth to be flat. So he takes what we expect and he fucking monkey wrenches it into his fucking flat Earth bullshit model.
It's the 90 degree minus the measured angle, because it's a measured angle. You can literally see it and measure it at 80 degrees or whatever. Okay?
Hold on a second. 756.
Think about it this way.
What the fuck fell? It's weird. Huh.
Minus the measured angle.
There we go.
Because it's a measured angle. You can literally see it and measure it at 80 degrees or whatever. Okay? And then you
Eric Peterson. That's his name. Okay.
take what's remaining and you
Hey, Stanley.
times by 60, and that gives you your distance. This is all flat Earth based. And it gives you
If I look at the chat, yeah, okay.
perfect latitude and distance measurements.
Can you see this picture where I'm doing the screen sharing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you agree that this is what I was going over earlier?
Is that the sun or the star?
That's the sun in this case. So we have the equator,
Okay.
and then we have that first, that position. It's not showing my cursor, but we have that first position there, and that's where we establish the base and the two known angles. So now we can figure out the height of the sun, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now as we go farther and farther out, those angles that the sun, the angle that the observation makes looking at the sun with respect toward the ground needs to be a certain value, right?
Yeah, 600 nautical miles in between. Just like
Yeah.
I said, for latitude. Yeah.
Well, except the problem is every single time you do that, the errors compound.
It's called perspective.
Go on.
You have parallax. You have perspective.
Yeah, parallax. That's the problem. We got parallax.
You have things playing into it, and that's why you see it. Even based on your globe, did you take refraction into account with any of these measurements?
I didn't need to because look at how tiny the errors are. Less than 1%.
Yeah, but that's
See,
my whole
one
point
model-
is the measurement.
One
even-
model is, hold on, one model is based on this. That incoming light, when it hits the ground, you can have angles on a curved surface. Do you see this picture that I'm sharing?
Not elevation angle.
Yeah, you can. You absolutely fucking can.
So you can have angles with the surface on here, right?
Yeah, but elevation angle requires the surface to be horizontal.
It doesn't
No, it doesn't.
require the surface to be horizontal at all. You can have an imaginary line, like a tangent on there, because that incoming light or information, whatever, strikes the ground, and it creates an angle with the ground no matter what shape the ground is. But the deal is we're dealing with literally a point. So a point has no angle because it has no base. So we create that, like I drew the line that distance. I could have drawn it 1 nanometer wide if I wanted to. That would still create an angle. You just can't see it in this case. This is just a reality with curved surfaces and lines that intersect them. You can create angles with this. So we don't assume a flat surface. You just create an angle by having, a base with that line coming in.
Okay, first of all, why are you making the sun's rays parallel?
Because they are, and
Because they are, dipshit.
we know that they are.
No. Is the sun a sphere or is the sun a...
Is the sun
Concentrated
93
light.
million miles away, and is the cross surface
Yes, it's fucking huge.
section area of the Earth with the sun extraordinarily small compared to the surface area of the sun? And
Yep.
is the distance from the sun to the Earth so vast that those angles don't spread out, and so we have parallel, like they're not literally parallel, but the angle is like the difference is 0.000 something.
No, the fact is the sun is not 93 million miles away. You just
That's-
No, you're a liar.
assuming
claim.
it's 93 million miles. That's
That's why it's always a fucking liar.
a claim.
That's a claim.
And
substantiate
it's not-
that claim, please.
It's your claim that it's 93 million miles
No,
away.
I
not
don't.
mine.
No. You're the one.
No, it's the scientific consensus that it is. You're making the claim that it's not. Prove that it's not. Give us the fucking height of the sun. According to the flat Earth, it's what, about 3,000 miles overhead? So prove that.
One.
You just
I'm
said
not.
it's 93 million miles away.
No,
Didn't you?
Look, it could be 93 million miles away. That's just what I believe.
So then that's your claim. How's that my claim then?
Well, you're the one that claimed that it's not 93 million miles away. I would like to know how you know that.
You haven't shown it to be 93 million miles away. So how can it be my claim when
It's-
you're the one that just said it's 93 million miles away?
Look, I'm just telling you what I believe. It could be this
So
way.
then it's your claim. So then it's your claim.
Do you claim that it's not 93 million miles away?
I don't observe parallel sun rays.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. If you've ever used eyeglasses or a camera, yes, that's exactly how they work. If you've ever looked at shadows of trees in a line on the ground, those are parallel light rays, dipshit. If you've ever seen crepuscular rays, those are parallel light rays.
Have you ever tried to?
Yes.
Hey,
Can
William.
you show me parallel sun
Hey, William.
rays?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Now this debate's from January 9th, so he didn't break his word on this.
Okay. Well, I'd have to
But he is a lying nutzoid. So
pull up some sort of video. So, do you guys still cling to the crepuscular ray thing, even though, like, we know that that's not the case?
What corpuscular ray thing you're talking about?
Do you know what corpuscular rays are?
Yes, I do. I'm asking you what's the argument? There's many arguments about it. So which one are you specific to?
That crepuscular rays are just like railroad tracks, parallel when you look straight up and taper off as you look away from them.
Just crepuscular rays in general. They look like they're not parallel, but...
See, I don't understand why people say anti-crepuscular rays. An anti-crepuscular ray would be in the evening time, because crepuscular means morning. It means in the morning. So why would rays at the opposite end of our sight from the sun be called anti? Because it's still crepuscular. It's still occurring in the morning. Never could understand that. Hey, Billy.
They are.
Oh, hey.
They're not parallel. It's called perspective. It's like when you look out at a railway road. You're looking towards the railway road, okay? It's appearing to converge. It doesn't...
Right. But are those tracks parallel? They fucking certainly are.
Actually converge. The same when you look at the sun. The sun's rays are actual. So it's literally...
Right. They're actually parallel, and they look like they're tapering. You're not fucking smart, man. FKATZOID is not smart at all.
Actually diverging towards you. It's not converging towards the sun. It's an actual divergence. There's a difference between looking towards an object and an object having its rays come towards you.
I'm aware of that.
Mm-hmm. One is physically diverging, and the other one is optically converging.
So your claim is that the sun's rays do, in fact, diverge significantly?
Yes, it's observed.
Yeah, it's observed, but you observe train tracks diverging, but they don't really.
You don't observe train tracks diverging.
Yes.
Yeah, you fucking do. You most certainly fucking do.
Yes, you do. That is what they look like. That is what you observe.
No. You observe them converging. That's called...
Right, and crepuscular rays, you observe them converging at both ends, FKATZOID.
Perspective.
If you
both
take
fucking ends.
If you take the perspective of from the horizon toward you, then they diverge, like what crepuscular rays do.
Perspective is always from the observer outwards, not from away to the observer. That's not perspective.
Right, then crepuscular rays converge. Because they're from your perspective, stupid. Fuck.
It literally...
Holy shit, he's dumb. Just fucking desperate. It's just fucking desperation. He's fucking beat. He knows he's beat. But he just wants to be so smart without doing any of the fucking legwork.
It really is, but it doesn't really matter. So...
no, it is. You're just saying no, it's not a rebuttal. Perspective is from the observer outwards. It's never from outwards to the observer.
Same way with crepuscular rays. Fuck me.
You can make it relative to whatever you want. So this is also not an important point because diverge or converge, either way, it's the same. So we do observe...
It's not the same.
We do observe train tracks appear to converge. You agree?
Yeah. Which is
but they're not.
An optical illusion.
We observe sun rays. Yep. We observe.
So are crepuscular rays. And actually, perspective isn't a fucking optical illusion, dipshit.
Sun rays appear to converge. Now, do you have...
No, we don't. We don't appear them to converge. We literally see them diverge from the sun outwards.
Now
that's got nothing to do with
why are you switching the perspective? Now you're saying that it's diverging instead of converging. We observe the sun.
It's from the
like you're literally contradicting your own argument here.
They don't. No.
It's from the observer.
Yeah, he is. He's being very contradictive.
No, does the light come from the observer or the sun?
The observer observes. So you say,
do the railroad tracks come from you, or do they come from up the fucking down the fucking tracks, asshole? Fuck.
That it's from the perspective of the observer. I am observing. The sun is not observing. At least as far as I know, the sun doesn't observe me. So, again, this isn't super important. It's just really funny that you made that gaffe. So, anyways, we see
not a gaffe.
sun.
You're just saying no.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not saying nuh-uh. I actually explained pretty clearly what your problem there was. So we do observe light rays appear to converge the same way we observe railroad tracks appear to converge.
We never observe convergence of railroad. There, it's diverging. You can literally see it diverging. What you talking about converging?
Why are you I don't understand how you're not tracking this. When I said train track...
Well, it's easy for them to not track it. Same way that they can't make the connection between boats going over horizons and cars going over a fucking hill.
Appear to diverge, you said, no, they appear to converge. That's what you said. Right?
The difference is the sun's light is physically coming towards you. Okay?
Are the railroad tracks physically coming towards you, dumb fuck? They sure the fuck are.
Railway track, you are looking out towards it. Do you understand the difference?
There's no problem with saying the train tracks are coming toward you in either case. Like, you're just... I don't know what you're doing, so we'll just take a look at this video.
It's called perspective.
I tell you, Flatzoid, get on a railroad track with a train facing you, going full speed, and tell me if that train's going away from you or towards you. Well, I'm sorry you couldn't, because you'd be fucking dead. Jesus, fuck.
The point is you don't understand what
no, you don't
is.
have the slightest clue what... You seem to know what you're talking about, but you keep...
He literally studied art.
Flipping things and arguing against yourself.
I'm not flipping anything.
Yes, you are.
The
world will be able... The world will...
See, that's why I don't go on these shows anymore. Because it's impossible to talk to these motherfuckers.
See how you did that, so I'm not worried about it.
Is the sun physically...
Oh, and notice our MAGA buddy that used to come here all the fucking time? Notice he hadn't come in here since everything I said about Trump and what he was going to fucking do has come true. Notice he hadn't fucking been around much anymore. Have you noticed that? Hey, Edison Carter, how you doing?
Is that sunlight physically coming from the sun?
Yes.
Is it diverging physically from the sun?
Oh, and and if Flatzoid ever tunes into this or he decides to come, Flatzoid, if you would have given everybody a wrench like I do with my channel, you wouldn't have lost a whole lot of subs, and PJ wouldn't be crying his eyes out because you took his wrench away. So just saying.
It does do that because the sun is a sphere, but from where we are, the light rays that happen to hit us come toward us so close to parallel that there's no problem with just describing them as parallel. Your claim. Yeah.
No, it's confirmed. Actually, I wanted to show this too. This is funny. Let me see if I could find this. I need to download this thing and let's see. Where was it? You never find anything you're looking for when you really need it, you know? Oh, here it is. There it is. Parallel sunlight. There you go, Flatzoid, you dumb motherfucker. Here you go. What do these look like, asshole? Do these look parallel? Now watch. Now they're not parallel, right? Now they're converging, right? Fucking dumb fuck. So yeah, I need to download that.
That's again your claim. So you
Yeah, I beat you to it. Is that the one? Is that the one I just showed? Yep.
Yes.
just
So
agreed with me.
we've
The
got
sun is a
no,
sphere. Wait,
no,
wait, wait.
I'm not
You just agreed
agreeing
with me.
with
The
you.
sun's a sphere. Wait, wait, wait. You agreed with me. The sun's a sphere. You said agreed with me again. The sphere that it is lets the rays physically diverge outwards.
Yep.
And we observe it diverging.
No, it looks that way, just like train tracks look that way. In reality, train tracks don't do that. Now, your claim is that in reality, the sunlight rays that strike the Earth are doing that. So, can you see this video that's being played right now?
Yes.
Okay, do you see those shadows? What are they doing?
They are diverging because of your perspective. Do you know if you lift up, it's going to be parallel again?
Oh, so they're not actually parallel. So you don't have evidence. So I here have evidence.
Quickly pause it. Quickly pause it.
Well, I'm just going to let it play.
The one.
So what we have here
pause it.
is, yeah, you can wait your turn.
Using McToon's footage, which literally shows a curved fence, is not helping you, man. That's the only reason why you see it the way you do.
So anyways,
It's a curved
we
fence.
have,
Is the fence curved or not?
you're
Or is
going to
it-
have,
I don't know. Are these curved? Don't look at the fence, man. This part of the fence isn't curved. It's straight. What are these doing, man? These are all parallel, right?
Straight
you're
fence.
going to just have to wait your turn, Flatzoid.
Look at this piece of shit. He's trying to fucking move the goalpost.
We have shadows that appear to diverge, converge. It doesn't matter. You can say it either way. But in reality, they
So if there's a curve of something anywhere in this image, then these straight lines that aren't curved are just irrelevant. Look at how desperate he is.
don't. So I've demonstrated the phenomenon matches the train track phenomenon. You don't have any observations of the light rays or any like solid evidence that I'm aware of the light rays actually being divergent, convergent, however you want to say that.
Again, you used a curved wall with.
This is a
Holes,
curved
not
wall.
in-
This parking lot is a curved wall.
Can you see the shadows come from a different, how can I put it, position?
The streetlights are in different places on the ground. Yeah, that's true. What are you saying? Mm-hmm. And
is the sun source far away?
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. Can you get the same effect with a divergent light source?
No, you can't. You can't.
the sun is a divergent light source, but if the sun were as close as you say it is,
So my point exactly.
No.
It's not
See, interrupt him halfway through his thought.
physically
That's another tactic that piece of shit takes, is he interrupts you halfway through what you're saying. It's what Nathan Oakley does too.
parallel. So in other words, the light is physically diverging, so it's not perspective based when you are looking.
See, I tell you what, Flatzoid. GeoGebra. Fuck. GeoGebra. You fucking piece of shit. Here you go, dumbass. Here you got the sun. Fucking huge. Oops. and then you got the Earth. Actually, God damn it. This fucking program's really hard to use. There we go. Now, if we go in on the sun, I mean, you guys know what I'm trying to do. If I draw lines from the edge of the T circle that I drew and bring them up to the big circle, they're going to be parallel. They're going to hit it in the center. So I'm not even going to do it. It's just too hard to do with that fucking program.
Looking directly at the sun. So when you say
I've shown it before, so.
light rays come in parallel, that is literally just based on ignorance and assuming because you want the sun to be 93 million miles away. If you put the sun closer, you get exactly the same angle readings. And again, the angles require a flat. The angles require elevation angle and zenith, which means the Earth is flat.
That's a claim. Could you back that claim up? You said you get the exact same angles if you assume with a flat Earth, like a flat Earth model or something like that?
If you put the sun closer with divergent rays, you get exactly the same angle readings.
What were the angle readings?
I gave it to you on screen.
No, we're talking about crepuscular rays, FKATZOID. Why are you changing the subject?
No, crepuscular rays come from behind the horizon.
They come, the rays come from the sun. I don't know what you're trying to say. So why
behind the horizon?
Behind the horizon is a weird way to put it. Oh, my kitty cat won't leave me alone. So why did you change the subject to zenith angles when we were talking about crepuscular?
Oh, here. I wanted to show this. This is hilarious. This is a website I'm subscribed to. I'll put a link to the channel in the chat. If you wanna see something that's like extremely funny, check this channel out.
Breaking news, everything is bad. It's
an AI. It's AI generated.
As terrible as you imagined, and probably worse. With more, we go to Tom Lee Cruz. Tom Lee.
We're all in danger, Dan Lee.
Jesus Christ, what can we do?
Absolutely nothing.
It was good knowing you, Tom Lee.
I can't say the same.
That was
Hey, Benj.
unnecessary. We're just now getting in reports that all the children have exploded. They will be missed. Let's check in with Olivia Lee Rodrigo. Olivia Lee, where are you?
That's none of your business. Do you hear that? Cut the music. Do you hear that?
What do you hear?
That's the sound of us slowly dying. Can you hear it?
I can hear it. It's louder in my left ear.
Olivia Lee Rodrigo reporting
I
from
actually
where
have some
I
more
am.
questions for you. Okay, we're going to go to Kevin Lee Costner, who has more with politics.
No, I don't.
Let's send it over to our senior correspondent, Nicole Minaj.
Look at this chart. Let's bring it up.
What am I looking at here?
I don't know, but it doesn't look good.
That looks bad.
Yeah, it's probably bad.
Let's go to our eye in the sky, Timothy Chalamet. Timothy.
Man, I am so high up right now.
You are in a helicopter.
I didn't know that when I got in. I thought it was a weird car.
What do you see up there?
Everything. It's too much. We were never supposed to see this. I need to go back down.
You stay right there. We're going to go to commercial.
Have you recently lost a child because they exploded? Because that's crazy. How are we all not talking about this? I feel like that really got glossed over real quick. That's a huge thing. Call Deadly. 555 call Deadly. I want to talk about this. Call Ted Lee now.
And we're back. Let's check in with Morgan Lee Freeman with sports. Morgan Lee.
I just want to take this sports time to say that whatever you hear about me in the next 24 hours is completely false. People are going to say things and have documents and recordings to back up what they say, and it's just not real. You should believe me and not their solid evidence. Knicks take it by 2.
That's FKATZOID right there.
When champions are born. We're going now to Frankly Sinatra with the weather, frankly.
It's everywhere.
We won't be hearing from him anymore. Coming up, a cat learns how to water ski and then drowns.
Yeah, this is the channel here. Oh, free Tiggy, by the way. Free Tiggy. Let me see. I'll probably get struck for this. I don't know. Here, let's find...
What's your best pickup line?
Is that a gun in your pocket, or am I just horny as shit?
Here, hold on. Here we go.
What's your best pickup line?
Is that a gun in your pocket, or am I just horny as shit?
Coming in hot, motto.
Okay, that's pretty aggressive.
Did it hurt when you fell from the sky, or am I just really horny as shit right now?
Oh, I didn't ask you for another one, but I guess it just seems like you're pretty horny.
Yeah, it's kind of my thing. I'm baseline horny as shit.
Hey everyone, my name is Kuzu Veldor. I don't remember anything before I was born. We're out here talking to Glurans. They're telling us things. Beetle is nowhere to be found. Let's get to it. Snap it. What's your best pickup line?
Are you my allergies? Because you're making
Snap it.
me sneeze.
Does that ever work?
You tell me.
No, it doesn't work.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not good.
I no take this. This no good.
Are you a human? Because you are unreal.
That one is good.
And also, I need to tell you, I'm super horny as shit right now.
He's done it again, Dorgan.
Okay, if you had all the resources in the world, what would you do with it all?
I'd probably pay off half my debt.
Okay, that's really...
That's Subset, or that's SSUM.
Smart. That's smart.
Yeah, then I could go down to 3 jobs.
Oh, could you even imagine?
That'd be nice.
What would you rate yourself, 1 to 10?
If I had to pick between a 1, 2, or 10, I'd say 2.
No, from 1 to 10.
Yeah, I know. 1 to 10, I'd say 2.
No, pick a number between 1 and 10.
Oh, so just those 2 options, then a 10.
No, you have all the numbers between 1 and 10, and you pick 1.
Fine, I pick 1. What's the point of asking if you're just gonna make me choose what you want?
Dirty and deep down. Dirty and deep down.
I don't think that's how the song goes.
Where did I say?
What?
Where did I say?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not the monolith of me.
I never...
You're not the monolith of me.
Marry, kill. Dorgan Waltho, the monolith, Crack Snorbo.
Well, I'm killing Lorca. We all know that.
It's not even an option.
It very much is an option.
You have no reason to.
Every time you breathe is a reason, Lorca. You're stealing all the air from us.
That's it for Stream Me. Follow me if you see me. I've got all 136 episodes back at my place. Someone from Monovision gave me a call. It was a wrong number, but I told them about the show, and they said probably not. So, we'll see. All right, snap it.
Snap it. I love the shit out of this channel. Here, there's a... do one more.
All I'm saying is we should be drinking our own blood.
Okay.
Like we're made of blood, right?
Well, I don't think we're completely made of blood.
So it should be fine for us to drink our own blood.
Tiggy.
It's like we're just refilling it.
Tiggy, I think you snorted a lot of teeth before we started. And that might be affecting what you're saying.
Would you say me snorting teeth was quite the sight?
That's not funny. That's not funny.
Thanks for coming on the...
Yeah, in this reality, the main drugs are you can snort teeth and smoke dirt. That's what they do.
You spoke about Zenith. You brought Zenith angles up.
Yeah, at first I brought them up, and then I don't remember who started talking about corpuscular rays. So with respect, so anyways, with respect to corpuscular rays, we have a demonstration that the appearance of convergence or divergence is really just a matter of perspective. Like, all you've done is demonstrated that perspective makes it look one way, but the evidence I've shown demonstrates that actually, like, the those shadows actually are parallel.
No, they're not.
They're not? How do you know that?
Because you can do exactly the same demonstration with a divergent sun ray. Like you said, you literally said it's
No, you can't. How are you going to do that, dipshit? How are you going to have divergent sun rays when the sun's rays don't diverge?
Diverging sun rays. You can get exactly the same effect with a divergent light source.
Yeah, but we've been over this with the sun being as far away as it is, and the cross-sectional area of the Earth being so microscopic with respect to...
You haven't shown the sun. You haven't shown the sun to be 93 million miles away.
He doesn't have to do that. That's a well-established fact, asshole. You have to prove that it's not. See, you're making a positive claim against the consensus of science.
Why you keep
how far away?
back to-
Well, I have demonstrated that the sun can't be where you say it is, because all of the predictive models for that fail. Would you like to see them again? What is the error rate on the bottom? 95%?
I showed you the math on a flat Earth. You even when you taking your
no, you showed some made up shit that you tried to stuff the angles matching latitude into. See, you tried to make it fit and it didn't. You tried to stuff a 20-pound hog into a $5 suit.
Your angles for your globe require a flat Earth. You spoke about zenith angles and elevation
Literally
angles.
false. This is what the model is based on. This model of light, this model coming in.
Yeah, we have a radius value, dipshit. It's been measured.
Where we create an angle with...
I mean, it just fucking baffles me that these fucking idiots think that science hadn't done anything in 2,000 years. They just sat on their ass, let people talk, fucking just didn't do fuck. Haven't measured anything, haven't tested anything, haven't done any experiments, no models, nothing. Until Flat Earth came along and then, oh my God, we just got to jump on this shit. We got to really figure this shit out. These fucking retards.
The tangent on the curved surface produces error rates between 0 and 1%. The model, the whole thing about the sun being here, we established the height of the sun, which means with this base, we'll now have two known angles. Well, actually, we're predicting the angle. So with the known height and a known angle and a known base, we can determine the angle. The problem is that produces errors of up to, we get close to 100%. A model, if you subscribe to the idea of truth is that which corresponds to reality, your model doesn't correspond to reality. It can't make predictions, which is why you guys say, well, actually, we don't have a model. Because you know that your model can't explain anything.
Right. They know their model can't explain anything, and they know they can't defend that model. That's why they won't do it.
You don't have a model either. So again,
yes, I do.
Yes, we do. The heliocentric model, stupid.
And my model makes predictions up to one with only a 1% error, and your model...
Oh, and that excuse of, oh, you don't have a model. You've got many models. Yeah, that's just a cop-out.
Makes predictions with a 95% error.
I had no percent error. I just showed you my math. There was no percent error.
You didn't show me.
There was 100% error, motherfucker. Because none of those fucking lines are pointing to the same place. That's 100% error.
Your math, you just showed that figure.
That was math, was it not? 90 minus...
No, it wasn't math. No, it wasn't.
90.
Plus, it's based on the radius of the Earth, stupid.
If I gave math, that's math. So now it's
you
not
can
math.
You can manipulate numbers to do whatever you want, but
I agree.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, you can manipulate numbers to do whatever you want. That doesn't make it reality. Exactly. So when you're claiming error rates to 93 million...
So you're just saying that this works doesn't really establish that it is a reflection of reality.
I agree. So not 93 million miles away because you say so because math. I agree.
No,
now
not because I say so, but yes.
God, what a dishonest motherfucker.
Because of math, because the math checks out. This This descriptive model right here, Flatzoid, please stop talking. This descriptive model right here produces errors of less than 1% or up to 1%. Your model produces errors up to 90%. One model has a correspondence with reality, a high correspondence with reality. One model has an abominably low correspondence with reality.
Okay, again, I thought you said I had no model, so how do you put error rates on something that doesn't exist?
No, it's your claim that you have no model. You can go on the working assumption that the Earth is flat and do this. You never disagreed with any part of this, but then when we see that the errors are so large, you just say, yeah, well, we never actually said it works that way, so haha.
No, I never said that.
Yeah, you did. You most fucking certainly did.
Yes, you didn't.
Yes, because you showed your fucking your little chart, and it doesn't look anything like this.
Say those exact words. No. Verbatim fallacy. Congratulations.
Oh, absolutely, Binge. Claims to be a Christian and lies every time he speaks. Abso-fucking-lutely. He better hope and pray that there's no fucking hell.
No. The thing is, you're claiming a tangent, okay? For a tangent, you require to have...
No, he's not claiming a tangent. There is a tangent.
A radius. How did you get that radius value?
Of the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, you claim a tangent, so that means you need a curve. That means you need a radius value.
I know that you are aware of the Eratosthenes experiments, and those have been replicated in the modern day, so I don't really know what you...
Eratosthenes experiment uses a flat Earth, just like I just...
It uses the Earth. But no, he could have done it on a hill, motherfucker.
Told you.
It literally doesn't.
Literally a closer local sun with divergent rays gives exactly the same angle measurement. Again,
it literally...
No, it doesn't.
Because take a look at this table here where the error rate goes up to 95%. It literally does not.
Oh, my word. You only have that error rate. What distance are you putting the sun on the flat Earth model, as you call it?
That is established by taking the measurements. You agreed that that's how it works. If we have a known base and two known angles, we can establish h, which is the height. Then what you do with that is you say, okay, if I was in another place, the Eratosthenes experiment doesn't actually prove that the Earth is like by itself. Taking that one measurement doesn't prove anything. You have to take multiple measurements. So you agreed with every part of this. Two known angles and a known base will establish the height. Now what we do is we plug in height, known base, and a different known base angle, and a known base length, and that informs us what the angle will be. That is an Eratosthenes experiment, and you can do it with the sun. In fact, that is what I did. In fact, that actually is what is being...
It's not an experiment because I don't like it.
...done right here, and the errors go up to 95%.
Okay, I'm going to have to correct you on a few things. First of all, it's non-experiment. It's not scientific. Eratosthenes used a flat Earth. It gives exactly the same measurements. If you
literally
just
false. I don't know how we're going to... How can you just sit here and say that?
Now you're talking over me. When you take
because you say stupid shit.
So you just claiming that Eratosthenes had a sphere to take a tangent reading. I don't give a shit about Eratosthenes, okay? Because you're claiming a tangent, you require a radius. How did you get that radius value?
For the Earth? You take the...
No, of course the Earth.
Yeah, so you take those measurements, and then what he did was the distances he was apart. You divide by the number of... You divide by the fraction that distance would be in degrees of a circle, and then that gives you what the circumference is. But again, that just assumes that, it in the spirit of how science works, you go off of working assumptions.
Not science.
And then, yes, it is. In science, we make assumptions. They're called hypotheses, and then you test them. If you don't know that, then you don't know anything.
You know the scientific hypothesis.
See, it's really hard for people like Eric here to deal with people like Flatzoid because he's an intelligent man. and he's having to dumb his words down to try and make this dumb motherfucker understand it.
Wait, do you know the scientific hypothesis for Eratosthenes?
Do I know the scientific hypothesis for Eratosthenes? That's your
claimed it to be an
question?
experiment.
That's your question?
You claimed it to be an experiment, so it needs to have a hypothesis.
Look, you're just asking me to just pull off the top of my head what it would be. This is like, I've debated flat earthers and they say, oh, can you put that in a logical syllogism? It's basically become a meme at this.
See, that's Nathan Oakley right there. Logical syllogism. Nathan Oakley, quantum eraser.
This point. I could sit here and think it through off the top of my head, but we'd just be sitting here in silence. We know.
Okay, let's try it another way. Can you tell me
I'd
what
give
the
up if I were you
scientific method
too.
is? Sorry, would you tell me what the scientific method is then?
In general, the way the scientific method works is you have some sort of phenomena that you want to explain. Do we agree so far?
You observe a natural phenomena, step one.
Well, no, you have some sort of phenomena that you want to explain. You have some sort of question you want to...
observe it. You first observe it, yes, that's the step one.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, I guess. Then
you don't have to observe it. Someone could tell you about it. You know, I've noticed this thing, and this is what happens. And then you do the experiment. You make up a hypothesis. See, you don't have to personally witness it.
What you do is you make additional observations to try to inform you about what's going on with that particular observation.
Research.
Do we agree?
Yeah, research is part of observation.
Cool. You want to call it research? I just call it making farther observations. Then what you do is you come up with a tentative explanation for what's going on. Do we agree so far?
Yeah, it's part of the hypothesis.
Okay. That tentative explanation needs...
Of course, dumb fuck Flatzoid thinks variables have to be included in a hypothesis.
To be testable, or it just doesn't really count as anything that's scientific, right?
Yep, and you would agree that that hypothesis has prediction.
Yeah, such as if we assume this model, then we should be able to predict what the angle of that light coming in, striking the surface is, and we find errors of less than or like up to only 1%. With the other one, we get errors up to 95%.
Okay, so I want to ask you, what is the IV and the DV for the hypothesis that you just quoted?
See? Told you. Told you.
The independent variable and the dependent variable?
Yeah.
The dependent variable depends on the independent variable. So the dependent variable would be the observed angle, and the independent variable would be the changing in your distance. We could just say latitude, or we could say distance from equator in miles. That would work too.
Okay, so in other words...
Were you hoping I didn't know the answer to that?
No.
So you could say, you don't know the scientific method.
No. I'm showing
Yes, that's exactly what he was hoping.
You that it's literally not the cause for what you want. You claiming the sun to be 93 million miles away, so you have to have the cause for that. You are claiming...
It could be more or less than that, but we've proved it's not local.
Cause for angle change is location. That's what you just said.
The cause for the angle change is location?
Yeah, that was your IV, location. Distance,
ground distance, yeah.
Change.
Yeah, all of that's fine. And you can use that to establish that the local sun claim is false, because the errors are... Keep saying the same thing over and over again. The errors go up to 95%.
Okay, again, your errors reading is literally just making shit up, because there is no error reading when you literally take the sun and move it closer with diverging rays.
The sun magically is closer to the Earth when you make different measurements after you make your initial measurement?
No.
Remember when I just showed you that...
What a wild thing to say.
Remember when I showed you that graph with...
He is just demolishing this guy. He is just demolishing fucking Flatzoid.
With Polaris. You can observe it at different latitudes at different angles, correct?
Yes. For example, you can't see it in the southern hemisphere, which makes zero sense if the Earth is flat.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Now,
it literally doesn't.
let's for instance say you see light poles and you see them converging towards the horizon. Are they physically converging towards the horizon?
No, they simply
No, he already told you, dummy.
appear to. We went over that with the drone footage.
Right. So
Jesus
if I
Christ.
measure a light pole at, let's say, 20 degrees and a one that's closer at 40 degrees, is that one at 20 degrees lower to the ground physically?
I don't know what you just said, but I think what you just said is I remember doing this in high school. We would go out and measure how tall telephone poles are by taking base, the 90-degree angle that the telephone pole makes with the ground. We would step a known distance away, and then we would observe it with an angle from the ground. That's the kind of thing you're talking about, right?
Yeah, you did trigonometry,
Yeah,
which requires a
and
feather,
assume,
actually.
and if you take that initial calculation, and then you go, okay, well, it made a 45 degree angle is real easy. We're 50 feet away from the pole, and the tip of the pole makes a 45 degree angle with the ground. Therefore, the pole is 45 feet high. That's how 45 degree angles work. Now, what you can do with that is say, okay.
Yes, Benj, he can't help it. He can't help but do that. It's in his job description.
If I double my distance or whatever, based on, we know the height of the telephone pole now, or we assume we know it, and I'm now going to know, I know that base angle 90 degrees, and I know what my distance is going to be. Now I can predict what that angle will be. I don't know if the angle will be half or if it'll be, I don't think it'll be half. No, double, you just, But anyways, then you measure it again, right? We agree that's like how you would do that?
Yeah,
and when you do that on the flat Earth, you get errors that go up to 95%. This doesn't happen when you measure telephone poles. Not until you get
Again,
miles away, because the angles are going to be microscopic.
No, but that's because parallax. Remember what I was trying to explain to you with...
It's because of parallax.
With the light poles, they aren't physically a different height. They only appear to be a different height because of perspective.
What does that have to do with anything? No, are you talking about different telephone poles or the same telephone pole?
So when you make
FKATZOID, are you talking about different telephone poles or the same telephone pole? Sorry?
When I say poles, it's plural, not singular.
Okay, well, this is completely stupid and inappropriate because we don't measure multiple suns, we measure one sun. So where are you going with telephone poles exist and telephone poles are different heights? This is so completely irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's making my point.
Completely irrelevant because we have one sun. And so the fact that telephone poles are different heights and measured at different angles, that is so completely irrelevant.
Okay, we'll take one telephone pole and we'll move it. We won't even move this telephone pole. We'll even move us away from the telephone pole. Will that
That's easier to do,
change? Will that measured angle change?
Yeah, just like this thing I'm showing you here, if we pretend instead of the sun it's a telephone pole.
So does
the angle will change, and we can calculate ahead of time what the angle will be because the height of the telephone pole doesn't change. Those experiments yield consistent results, but when you apply exactly the logic you're talking about to flat Earth, we get errors of 95% for the zillionth time.
Exactly the same thing. They're not physically dropping in. You are just measuring an apparent altitude angle. That elevation angle you're measuring requires a horizontal base. And you made a triangle from you, the observer, away from that observation. Okay?
Yep.
It's not a
literally kids in high school learn that you can
trigonometry means
this isn't really trigonometry, but
like a Torah is not trigonometry.
This right here, I never heard of tangent intersections with curved surfaces until I took Calc 1 in college. So you could maybe call, like, the fact that this makes an angle, you can call that trigonometry, but it's just there are principles of trigonometry embedded within other fields of science. So, like, you can call this trigonometry, and I don't really care, but
I'm not saying
your talking point that you can only assume the Earth is a sphere if you assume that the Earth is flat, or you can only make measurements if you assume that it's flat, is just literally false. But I don't really care because, and we've been over this so many times that we have to change the subject. You can make measurements assuming the Earth is flat, and those measurements don't correspond to reality. Your excuse is just to say herder, but things can happen. It's like, okay.
Is the sun an actual position or an apparent position?
An actual.
That's completely irrelevant. The sun is where we see it. The angle that we measure to, that's where we see it. It doesn't matter where it was.
Well, position.
The sun at an actual position, so there's
it
no
exists
refraction.
in space. It is in a place, yeah.
No, space doesn't exist, man.
Space doesn't exist, guys.
Space can refer to just...
See, we've been to space, dipshit. We've launched rockets into space. We've landed on the fucking moon. We've got pictures of the Earth from space. Be kind of hard to do if you haven't been there, huh?
Three-dimensional space, so whether or not we mean outer space or whether or not we mean above the surface of the Earth inside of a dome, it's the same thing. The sun exists in a place. Do you not agree that the sun exists in a discrete location?
Yeah, which has an apparent position, which is always observable.
Okay, and?
And that means the sun is moving across a plane to give its measurements.
No.
Yeah, that working assumption gives you errors of 95%. The other one does not. Yes, it literally does, because these are the actual predicted angles. And these are the predicted angles. These are the actual angles.
Does the sun stay at exactly the same altitude of observation throughout the day?
That doesn't matter.
So that's completely... Does the sun... Say that again.
Stay at exactly the same altitude when you observe it? Or does it look to converge into the horizon?
You're conflating two completely different things.
No.
Yes, you are.
Trying to throw
Do
away
the train tracks actually get closer together, or do they appear to get closer together? They do appear to get closer together, but you don't get to you don't get to say therefore they actually are getting closer together. And the sun, when you are in different places on the surface of the Earth, is at different angles. But so what? We've established that when you try to do working assumptions, what the heck?
So let me put it this way. Let's say you go to a location and you measure the sun at 50 degrees. Now you wait, you go to another location, you measure the sun again at 50 degrees, and wait again, go to another location, again at 50 degrees. Does that mean the sun stayed the same height above the surface, or did it change height according to someone who observed it the first time at 50 degrees?
That was pretty confusing, not gonna lie. Different people on different places on Earth measure the sun at 50 degrees. So did the sun go up and down, or does it appear to, like, throughout different times of the year, for what I would say is because Earth's tilt gives us different perspectives. You would say because the sun is just in the circle the sun makes above the Earth changes for reasons that nobody's ever even tried to explain. It will change throughout the year, but these observations are made on the same day of the year. That's a really important controlled variable in the test, or whatever we want to call this.
Okay. The thing is, you keep defaulting back to originally assuming there's a radius, you're assuming there's an Earth tilt, you're assuming there's...
No, there's no assumptions about it, dumb fuck. It's been measured.
Space or whatever. You have...
Hello, human being. How are you?
Haven't provided any evidence that there is any of these things, and then you're trying to...
You deny that Eratosthenes' experiments have been replicated with consistent results.
It's not science. There's no science, and you used trigonometry, which requires the baseline to be flat. You haven't
that's
given a
literally false,
tangent.
and I'm not going over how it's false for a 10th time. People that watch this and know how to think will just...
Yes, everybody's watching this, and they're literally calling you a dumbass.
Well, who? The people in your chat? They're dumbasses, FKATZOID. I've proven that. They've proven that.
Who?
So, you know.
Yes, 250 people in my live chat right now watching you.
Oh,
and
those
thinking,
idiots?
What's going on
Okay.
inside?
So what do you want to talk about next? Because we've been doing angles for so long that I just
Angles is not
I'm
getting
over
anywhere
it.
because you simply don't understand. You can't have the angle because you require flat Earth. So how about science? Because you clearly don't. You got some sort of science, but you don't understand that science requires an actual manipulation of the IV, which you.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Where in science does it say you have to physically manipulate an independent variable? Where? Some grade school textbook?
Clearly don't understand how that works.
Go ahead and explain it.
So have you got any science for your globe?
Yeah, we've been spending the past like 45 minutes going over it.
No, Aristophanes is not science.
Nuh-uh isn't a rebuttal, so I have done that. What's your point?
Location is not cause of sun.
Location is not cause of sun?
It's not cause of your Earth being a sphere.
What was the independent variable again? Remind us.
Location, distance.
Yeah, and that's what we're changing. So we actually have manipulated the independent variable.
No,
we're not trying to
get
manipulate the sun. Nobody ever claimed that you manipulate the sun in these experiments.
No. Your whole argument is, I know it's a sphere because angles change because I changed my distance.
The working assumption, the hypothesis of the spherical model yields a results consistent with a truth is that which corresponds to reality type of worldview. Errors of less than 1% or around at a maximum of around 1%. That is the justification.
And were those, how can I put it? Were those assumptions based on already having a radius value and a sun at 93 million miles away?
If it were false, then the observations would give inconsistent, erroneous results, like yours does. If I assume every time I scratch my butt, it rains, and it never happens, then I have a false model.
You do have a false model.
No, because my model gives errors of less than 1%.
Again, your radius value. Okay?
God
How did you
damn.
get your radius value?
He just fucking doesn't want to get it.
For the size of the Earth?
That's what your radius value is.
You measure those angles in different places, and then you take the distance that they are, or the angle it creates, and divide that angle by the number of times that angle goes into 360 degrees, and that informs you about the circumference. Now, that's just your initial data point. You need to replicate that in other places, and if that data, because that data is going to predict what the angles you're going to see in other places are as well. And we've seen that's not the exact same type of test that the stuff I've been sharing with you is, but it does the exact same kind of predictive thing, and it yields those exact same kind of results. Kids literally around the world in high school repeat Eratosthenes experiments, and they work with kids that live in other places, like in the country, like a pen pal type of thing. And they come together and they say, hey, we got this measurement, so you guys should get this measurement. Oh, we did. Like, if you're going to deny that Eratosthenes experiments have been replicated, then, I mean, we just can't talk about this topic because you're just not eyeing the explanation.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, it's not scientific. It doesn't.
It's literally scientific. It's a test.
No, there's no science involved. Shape is not scientific. You are...
Really? Shape is not scientific? Huh. The science of shape. Where is it? There's a video where they talk about... Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of flatness. But no, to say that...
And talk about this topic because you're just...
To say that shape is not science? Yes, that's called geometry, dipshit. It's part of science.
not eyeing the explanation.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, it's not scientific. It doesn't.
It's
prove
literally
a globe.
scientific. It's a
No,
test.
there's no science involved. Shape is not scientific. You are affirming the consequent based on angle changes because of location. And you're thinking it's physically happening because you are assuming the sun is 93 million miles away to give it parallel sun rays.
If it wasn't, then the predictions would fall apart, but they don't fall
No, it
apart.
doesn't. You get exactly the same.
Your predictions fall apart.
You get exactly the same readings, exactly the same, with a local divergent sun ray.
You literally don't, because the errors go up to
literally do.
95%.
Demonstration showing this.
See, he proved to you that you don't, FKATZOID. He proved to you right here that, that doesn't work.
People, you can literally do the demonstration yourself if you want to. Take a piece of paper, take a light source, and do some matchsticks on. Take the sun far away, make sure it's parallel. You'll get the same. Put it closer with the divergence, you'll get the same angle measurements. All of them, the only thing they have in common is they both used a flat baseline. You literally needed a flatter to make this measurement. You, on the other hand, are trying to affirm the constant by saying, I got a tangent to do this. And then you had to go further and affirm it even more by saying, this means radius. You can't just say, I got a tangent if you haven't got a radius yet. You first need the radius proven to make a claim of a tangent.
We have a radius proven, dummy. We have it. If the Earth didn't have a radius, then longitude lines wouldn't be measured off in angles of a circle.
Tangent. Everything you're doing is already begging the question, then affirming the consequent. That's it. There is no science there.
So affirming the consequent is if P then Q, Q therefore P. So establish P and Q and tell me exactly when I said where I said Q therefore P.
Okay. If I move away, I see angle change, therefore globe.
Where's Q? Where's P? Where did I do? That's also it's such an incredible straw man of the models we've been talking about. But go on.
No, it's literally. I assume globe. So when I move location, the angles change, therefore globe. That's literally your fallacy.
That's really the best you can do. Like you're not labeling anything.
This is how dumb your argument is. I literally have to make it sound as dumb as possible to let.
No, I think that's a reflection of your cognitive load. So,
dude, you don't understand science. You don't understand how you're affirming the consequence. You haven't given me any evidence for anything. You're just making a claim, saying the sun is 93 million miles away, saying that you don't need a flatter to do a measurement, which you literally said your baseline has to be flat. You're just saying you have a tangent. You're saying you have a radius value. I'm not the one here not understanding what's going on.
No, you are very much not understanding. You are the only one in this conversation not understanding what's going on. What a dumb fuck.
Well, I'm glad to see there's still irony in the world. What do you want to talk about next other than angles? Because like we've been talking about it for an hour. So I don't care. You can claim entropy. Victory on it. I don't care. But let's change the subject.
How about entropy?
What about it?
How do you have a space vacuum?
How?
Yeah.
What's the problem with a space vacuum?
It violates the second law of thermodynamics.
In what way?
The Earth is a separate system, and it's adjacent to the space vacuum with a very low pressure, and therefore entropy will increase, and the air we breathe will fill the available volume. We will not have...
Right, except we have gravity, and that stops that from happening, dumb fuck.
Air to breathe as we speak.
Because
of entropy.
That's not an explanation. You're just saying you're just slapping a word label on there.
Always high pressure to low pressure.
Explain why the atmosphere high pressure to low pressure?
Mm-hmm.
So gas pressure requires a container?
Yes.
Do you know what a false dichotomy is?
Atmospheric pressure doesn't.
Yes.
Are you aware that you're making one?
How?
Is this your argument for the Earth being flat?
No, you just asked you want to go on to something else. I'm talking fine.
Yeah, is this
Your
is this your argument for the Earth being
You haven't
flat?
asked, I just asked you, how's it a false dichotomy? You haven't answered me.
Yeah, we're getting there. Is this your argument that the Earth is flat?
It shows it's not a globe.
Really?
Yeah.
That's quite the false dichotomy you have there. So, gas pressure requires a container, therefore Earth is flat.
No, gas pressure requires a container, therefore your claim that you have a space vacuum is shown false. Not that therefore the Earth is flat. Thanks for trying to twist the word.
Maybe there is no space vacuum. Maybe there's not a dome over the Earth, but maybe the Earth is a sphere and there's something completely encapsulating it.
Yeah,
I agree. So
like fucking gravity.
Okay, so false dichotomy. Like when you did the Will Duffy thing, you said, "Oh, 24-hour sun, therefore globe." False dichotomy. You're unironically doing exactly that right now.
That was his claim, was it not?
Huh?
That was specifically Duffy's claim, though.
The point of that, and I don't want.
No, that's every intelligent person on Earth's claim, Flatzoid.
Want to get into the final experiment. Literally, no. The point of that was you guys said for years that the 24-hour sun is incompatible with flat Earth. Then what you did was you said, "Oh, no, I just changed my mind and said, look, I don't think there's going to be a 24-hour sun, but if they see one, then that's just how it works on a flat Earth." So anyways,
yeah.
What about the vacuum? So the problem with the vacuum is you can't have a high pressure and a low pressure system next to each other?
I love how you're trying to chop and change everywhere. Okay.
No, I'm going back to the original topic.
Let's get back to entropy. So, do you claim that you have astronauts and satellites in space?
Yeah, we know that. There's like literally video footage of it. You can look up where the International Space Station is going to be ahead of time and look through it through a telescope, or a P1000 could probably zoom it in too. So anyways,
yes, Jaren's done it.
Claim is that you can't have high pressure and low pressure systems next to each other?
That's what the second law of entropy says. That's a law of nature.
Is the air thinner above us?
Gravity's a law of nature too, Flatzoid. Did you know that? Of course you didn't, because you're stupid.
Same system.
Is the air thinner above us?
In the same system, yes.
Is the air thinner above us?
Yes, in the same system.
Okay, so I think you know where this is going, which is why you're just being so dishonest. If I have a soda can sitting here on my table, is that part of the atmospheric system as well?
No.
If it's open, it is.
It's a separate system.
When I open it, do they become part of the same system?
It comes open, yes.
What happens to the gas?
Escapes into the surrounding system.
So it rushes to where the pressure is lower?
Yeah, because you've opened it to the surrounding system.
Yeah, great. Is the air at lower pressure above us?
It's a separate system.
Flatzoid, is the air at lower pressure above us?
You just debunked yourself. Wait.
I literally didn't. Is the air at lower pressure above us?
Is the can when it's closed a separate system to Earth?
That's the point. The point becomes relevant when it gets opened.
Is the tin can?
Flatzoid, this has nothing to do with the point I'm making. It only becomes relevant.
So don't just nothing.
It only becomes relevant when the can is opened.
No, it isn't. It's relevant when it's closed too, because entropy is not increasing. Why? Because the system is closed. As soon as you open the system...
Right, our system isn't closed either, dipshit.
What happens? High pressure seeks equilibrium, goes to low pressure. This is what's supposed to happen with the Earth, because Earth is a separate system to space. And because it's open, the air...
No, it's not a separate... It's an open system. It's an open system, Flatzoid. We consider it a closed system because of the amount of matter that's transferred between our atmosphere and space.
We breathe should all rush into space.
Why?
Pressure gradients, which you're trying to appeal to, come after having gas.
Pressure gradient he's trying to appeal to? No, there is a pressure gradient. We measured it. So, goddamn, he's dumb. Holy fuck.
As pressure, which comes after having containment.
So, can you build a closed system a cylinder or something, like a gas cylinder. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you build one where the pressure on top is thousands of times lower than the pressure on bottom, and it's filled with only gases?
Yes, you can demonstrate having a pressure gradient in a container.
Explain.
You can literally put a container big enough inside an ice bucket if you want to, and heat up the other side, and you'll have two different pressure readings in the same container.
Instantaneously, you can have differences in pressure, but what does the system constantly try to do? Equalize in pressure, right?
But remember, we on Earth live in a dynamic system.
Why does the air... So let's cut to the chase. The air above us, even... So like in your worldview, space is fake, but you agree that... Like, how high do you think air balloons go? Or weather balloons go?
As high as they can go until they either explode or as far as the air around it can support it.
So like you don't have a number for like... You don't have like a rough number?
I think the highest I've seen is about, 220 feet, 1,000 feet.
Oh, that's pretty high.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me find out some information real quick. At 220,000... Okay, so the pressure at 220,000 feet, what this is telling me is it's 0.0002% that at sea level.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that that's probably pretty accurate?
Yep.
Okay, so if pressure can't exist next to a vacuum, how can pressure exist next to a very near vacuum?
Okay, I'm going to try and explain this again. System. We are still in the same system. Just like your tin can, when it was closed, it was in its own system. The Earth's in it.
See, he doesn't understand the word system, but he's heard that used, so he thinks it helps him.
At equal pressure, yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, the tin can is at equal pressure because it's pressurized to be that way.
And the gas can't sit at the bottom of the can. Well, I mean, most of it's filled with soda, but...
Yeah, gas moves in all directions constantly, I agree. But
yeah, nature abhors a vacuum.
As soon as you open the system, the high pressure would go to low pressure. Now,
why?
Man, I really want a fucking soda now. God damn them for talking about soft drinks.
Does the atmosphere not do that?
Because it's in an enclosed dynamic system.
That's irrelevant because no matter if it's closed or open, you can't have a near even if the system is closed, you can't have a near vacuum next to a relatively high pressure system.
It's in the same system. A pressure gradient is in the same system. You haven't shown that it is separate to space vacuum, therefore we can have gas pressure to begin with. You're trying to now push it onto me to say, but
the
we have
explanation for why Earth's atmosphere... Okay, let's just think about it this way. Let's say...
I'm sorry, I meant to mute before I did that.
That the dome is 1 billion miles tall.
Okay.
If you were...
Yes, he was, Edison.
To go to the edge of that dome, what I say, 1 billion miles away, 10 billion, whatever, 1 billion miles away. If you were to go to the edge of that dome, what do you think the pressure would be?
Much less
I think it would be indistinguishable from a vacuum. What do you think it would be?
Yeah, because it's the same system.
Okay, so how is it magically that you can have in a closed, what you're calling a closed system? I don't know why you would call the Earth a different system than space, because you could just say the universe is a system. Whatever. We don't have to be pedantic about that. What is it that magically allows pressure gradients to go from high to near vacuum in a container? But the moment actually, here, let me ask you a different question. Let's say there's a dome, and the edge of the dome is 1 billion miles away. And do we agree that 1 billion miles at the edge of that dome, it's a near vacuum? We agree?
Yeah.
On the other side of that dome, let's just say that it is like a true vacuum, right?
Go on.
Well, you're with me so far?
Yeah. I'm with you.
Okay. Those pressures, though, are very nearly indistinguishable on either side of the barrier, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to cut a hole in that barrier, what would happen?
The air inside the system Earth will spontaneously move towards the other system.
Then we'd have a fucking rush of air going upwards all the fucking time. Yeah, see, never can't say anything with consistency. Ever. He doesn't understand numbers.
How long do you think that would take?
Depends how big your hole is.
Well, I think it would take an extraordinarily long time because it's billions. It's a billion miles away, right?
Do you know when entropy ensues that way, there's no energy change, there's no temperature change, it's just entropy.
What does that have to do with anything?
It spontaneously fills the available space.
Then why hasn't our atmosphere filled your available fucking dome, you dumb fuck? How come we have spontaneously filling the available space means there is no fucking gradient. That means there is no gradient. It would fill the entire fucking thing.
Yeah?
There's no work done, in other words.
Jesus.
What does that have to do with anything?
That's the law of entropy. It's about work done.
What does this have to do with anything?
No, law of entropy isn't about work done. Sorry, buddy.
You're saying
he just keeps getting dumber and dumber and dumber.
Saying things that are, I don't know.
Algernon keeps getting sicker and sicker.
Sounds true and reasonable, but what does it have to do with anything?
That's what entropy is. The law of entropy.
Are we just saying things? Are we having a point out the obvious contest?
No.
My kitty is on my lap.
Just accept you don't understand the law of entropy and we can talk about something else. That's fine. But don't tell me I'm just saying things.
You're saying things that are irrelevant to the subject matter. Because the 5 times in a row I said, what does this have to do with anything? You just kept repeating yourself for no reason.
Okay, let's do it this way. What does the second law of entropy state?
The second law of entropy?
Second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy. What does it state?
Is that the one that matter?
That's
no.
one we've been talking about this whole time.
That entropy increases in a closed system or whatever.
The entropy of a system will always increase.
Yeah.
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 Get it?
That's what I said.
Good thing we don't live in a closed system.
Does it say decrease or increase?
Increase.
Great. So when you open the system to a new system, where is the arrow of time pointing to?
Are you talking about the case where I said we cut a hole in the dome?
Yeah.
Out of the dome. What I said was how long would that take? And you've just been sitting here saying what entropy is.
Depends on the size of the hole. I said it depends on the size of the hole.
That's true.
Okay, but you must remember, even though you do have pressure at the top of that billion.
Hold on. Can
whatever.
I'm actually. I do have to cut you off here because I never really got to finish my point. Is it okay with you?
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. When I cut that hole in the dome, why is it that the air on the ground is now eventually going to go up and out of that hole when before, when the pressure at that barrier was virtually indistinguishable from a vacuum, that air on the ground was not trying to rush up? Because gases will always try to equalize in pressure, except magically in a dome they don't. So what's the explanation for that? Is it just that you're just going to say it's a closed system?
No. Remember I was talking about a dynamic system.
Yeah.
Do you know what temperature does to a gas?
Causes the particles to move faster, and the average increase in kinetic energy between the particles means the collisions between them cause the particles to expand in their volume.
Great. And what happens when volume of a system increases?
If the volume increases and the temperature remains the same, then the pressure increases. If you decrease in general, as you decrease the volume, you increase the temperature and pressure.
So they're inversely proportional.
Yeah.
So the thing is, as soon as you're going to open that system to the new system, the volume is going to increase. So that gas that's there, because it's got pressure, has to go somewhere. As soon as that little bit of gas is starting to release, the gas underneath it is starting to, it has no...
Why does the air on the ground not go up to where it's low pressure when the system is closed?
It does, just
No,
not
it
as
doesn't.
much. Because yes, it does, because we live in
It
a
literally
dynamic
doesn't
system.
because the pressures, you have a pressure
Hey, Phil.
gradient.
The pressure gradient is because of the dynamic system we live in, okay?
No, it's because of gravity, fuck.
The higher you
That
go up,
wouldn't stop the gases
more
from going
volume-
up and equalizing in pressure, which is what they do in containers.
They don't know what the word dynamic means.
Listen, the higher you go up, the more volume there is for the gas to fill. The higher you go up, the temperatures change. Okay? So it has contending variables to contend with. This is why you have Dalton's law. Do you know what Dalton's law is?
Dalton's laws were on, those pertained
The sum of
to
all pressure.
matter.
No, it's the sum of all pressures. So in other words,
Dalton's law. Dalton's law states that a mixture of non-reacting gases, the total pressure of exerted is equal to the sum of the partial pressures of the individual gases. It doesn't have to do with matter, stupid.
you got the different
For
amounts of
gas
pressure.
laws, we have Charles' law. We have, I think, Boyle's law is one of them. And what's the other one?
Lou-Tach's
Dalton?
law.
Okay.
Lou-Tach's law.
I'll take your
And
word for it.
Dalton's law. Okay. But the thing is that it is partial pressures. So Dalton's law is talking about the partial pressures in the system itself. You have different densities of gases as well. They're all competing to move in the same space. So they're all having collisions. You understand that gas have elastic collisions. They only change direction with a collision.
Yeah.
So if a gas is going up, if it hasn't hit anything, it's just going to carry on traveling up until it finally hits something. So if you've opened that container on the top, there is going to be nothing to push it back down. It has to just go up, and that's why everything on the ground will eventually just go up and dissipate into the sky.
Wait.
Space.
Okay, so your claim. Wow, this is wild. So your claim is that the atmospheric pressure we see here on the surface of Earth will eventually be equal to the air pressure at the farthest extent of the dome. That's your claim.
If it's opened, yes.
What? Why does it not? The point is, or the question is, why does it not do it while it's closed? When we know that that's what, like small scale experiments or whatever, that's what gases do. They equalize in pressure. Yeah, you can take a big container and heat, or like you can cool the bottom of it and that will like condense the gases, but that system will become dynamic and the gases will move around. Snapshot view, yeah, there are minute differences in the temperature, but the system is always trying to equalize that pressure. We don't have that on Earth. The air on the ground should be flying up into the sky all the time at great velocities because the pressure differences are extreme. 0.00002%, 200,000 feet above us or whatever.
And where's the conglomeration of gases?
What does that mean?
Where is the most concentrated air of gases?
On the surface of the Earth because of gravity, stupid.
Near the surface of the Earth.
Yeah. So where do these gases usually come from? Let's say you drive a car. What comes out the exhaust?
Carbon dioxide, and then some water vapor, and then a lot of carbon monoxide, and some like things your catalytic converter's supposed to, hold on to.
Yeah. But my point is, then you got trees also releasing oxygen. You got us releasing carbon dioxide. The point is, all the gas is, where is it coming from? The ground. It's
Gases
going
are
up.
coming from the ground?
No, they
The
aren't.
conglomerate of gases, yes.
No, they don't get created at the ground level, you fucking moron.
This is
Are
where
you
the
telling me
concentration of
that the
gases-
soil makes gas, or what are you saying?
No, the ground area. Cars driving, us breathing, trees, mountains.
No, we don't. No, gas isn't created. It's converted, stupid. We don't create carbon dioxide. We convert carbon dioxide. We convert air into carbon dioxide, you stupid fuck. Plants don't create oxygen. They convert CO2 to oxygen. They strip carbon from the oxygen. Just fucking idiot.
All that's where the gas is produced.
That's a recycling of gases that are already existing at ground level.
yeah.
Why do the gases
Yes.
not fly up to where it's lower in pressure?
They do actually. Even based on your model, the Earth loses hydrogen and nitrogen quite a few tons.
The
a day.
rate at which it should be happening, based on the partial pressures thing, would be extraordinary, and that's not what we see.
Yeah, because it's a closed system. If it was open,
that's not.
It will spontaneously fill the available space. Remember, like
why
I said,
is it that a
yes,
closed
hold on.
system can have pressure gradients that
We
are
have-
capable of reaching a near vacuum? Please answer that
because we
question.
have pressure. Because we have pressure, that means the gas cannot go up because it's literally being bombarded by the pressure above it, and it's
The
going
pressure
down
above it
again.
is lower. This is a train versus a human. The train's going to win that head-on collision. The pressure above is lower. The pressure above doesn't keep the pressure below concentrated. Things go from higher pressure to lower pressure. Now you're the one that doesn't understand entropy.
No. There's still a
No, not
collision,
no.
Even with a less dense gas to
That is a good point. That's an excellent point. How can lower pressure put more pressure on a higher pressure to keep it down?
denser gas.
Oh,
there's
this is
still a collision.
hilarious.
Yeah, it's
It
hilarious
is.
because you don't
It is
understand how
fucking
entropy
funny.
works.
You
You're trying
think
to
that the
make
low
understand-
pressure system above keeps the high pressure system below in
I
its
never said
place.
that.
Yes, you did.
I said it gives restriction. I didn't say it keeps it from going. It gives restriction.
It doesn't give restriction because the magnitude in forces is so incredibly different. The lower magnitude force doesn't win against the higher magnitude force.
Okay.
It can't keep it at bay. It can't restrict it.
Okay, let me try and put it this way again. If you, for instance, let's say you have a denser gas, okay, and that gas is now moving slow because it's cooling down with its kinetic energy, okay? And you have a less dense gas that is now heated up and it's moving faster and they have a collision. Which one has more energy to hit the other one to move?
It depends on the molar mass and the specific temperatures.
I agree. But let's just for instance say the one is hardly moving and the other one's moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
You do realize that the temperatures.
more
You do
energy-
realize that
the one
the temperatures actually, although the net temperature decreases, temperature and thermal kinetic energy are different, and the thermal kinetic energy, like you do you reject that the temperatures as you go up they get colder, but then they get warmer, but then they get colder
Yes, they
again,
get warmer
but then they
again.
get warmer?
Yes, it gets warmer. You can
Okay.
actually observe the warmth.
But the density is
And
still
when it gets,
much
and when,
lower.
And when it gets warmer there, the pressure rises a touch as well.
No, because it doesn't keep up with the changes in density.
It does get, the pressure does rise a bit when the temperature goes up because the air molecules are moving faster.
The temperature, maybe, but not the pressure.
But I don't know why we're fighting in a closed system. You're supposed to be showing us how you can have the pressure gradient without a closed system. So can we get to that?
Because there may be other forces at play holding those gases down.
Like what?
Like gravity.
Gravity is not a force.
There are, like, physicists will say that in these sorts of ways, depending on how you think about, I don't know, general relativity or whatever, gravity is not really a force. I mean, I don't care too much about those discrepancies or whatever, but the gravitational effect on matter is noticeable because of things like weight, for example. What do you think causes weight?
Densities, the mass.
Well, not really, because in free fall something doesn't have a weight, but it always has a mass.
Okay, let's put it this way.
Wait, do you agree or disagree?
Okay, let's put it this way. Let me move the goalpost. Let me try and figure shit out in real time.
Agree with that.
Fucking idiot.
You don't have a scalar weight when you free fall.
So weight.
The scale would be moving the same vector as you, so the net force will be 0.
Okay, so let's try to think about this a little bit abstract.
Wait, what will be moving the same rate as you? What?
You don't have a scalar weight when you free fall.
So weight.
The scale would be moving the same vector as you, so the net force will be 0.
Okay, so let's try to think about this a little bit abstractly, but to try to get at the core of what's going on. If there was only one thing in the entire universe and it was just floated in suspension, that thing would have no weight. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree, because you have to show that.
Well, it would have mass.
It has no effective weight. It still has weight because it has mass.
So we agree on that.
The effective weight is less because it's in free fall.
But
everything
weight
has mass.
Yes, everything has mass. I'll be teaching you but how. Weight depends. You have to have two materials interacting, because my weight. I'm sitting in a chair. You're probably sitting in a chair too, right? My butt kind of hurts. That's because of my weight. You have to have massive objects interacting to produce the weight, because weight is a force. I'm exerting that force on the ground. So that's why I said if there was only one object in the whole universe floating around, it would have mass, but it wouldn't have weight. So do you just reject that, or what?
I don't think gravity is the reason for that weight.
Well,
you're a retard, so
I know that. I'm just asking.
I know I would think, yes, I agree with you. Free fall gives you 0 net force.
No weight.
See, if density was the reason that things fall, then density towers would order themselves under free fall, but they fucking don't. Because when you take away the density, or when you take away gravity, density's still there.
Okay, so what do you think is causing objects to have weight?
What? FKATZOID, what? See, when I was looking up this, I was thinking when they talk, I was thinking about when they say that flat is not a shape. Or flat is not a shape. Because, yeah, flat is a shape. If you ever look at something real close up that's supposed to be flat, that isn't, yeah, it's pretty fucking flat. It's pretty shapy. Let me find that. We don't have to see what they're talking about. They're talking words now.
We haven't got there because you have made a claim about gravity. So
yeah, that's my claim. You disagree,
no.
So this is where you get to tell me what the alternative explanation is.
You haven't shown gravity to be real. Why do I need to give an alternate?
Yes, you've been shown gravity to be real 1,000 fucking times, liar. God, I'm so sick and tired of liars like this.
Explanation.
Well, if you don't have one, then we don't have to.
I do.
Okay, then give it to us.
First prove the gravity real, then I'll give an alternate.
I do.
Sure. So we have detected gravitational waves. That's the kind of thing that you guys just say nah about. So I don't really know what to do when there is evidence and you guys just say it didn't happen. That doesn't really seem fair, but you can't say that I didn't at least provide an explanation. We also, over 100 years ago, Arthur Eddington and some other guys in South America.
Do we have a time frame on that? Looks like it's going to be around here. Sold? Yeah. Anyway, I'll find it.
Took photos of the sun and saw stars that were supposed to be obscured by the sun because the light bends around it. So that's an effect of gravity as well. The way it warps space around it. Atomic clock. Yeah, general relativity is a theory of gravity.
Means it's not a force, but then it's not a force.
Again, that's just so you accept general relativity. You agree that they really.
Oh, it's right next, just a few days off from when I debated Brian Leakey.
They did take pictures of stars that were behind the sun.
That's the latest consensus of gravity, which means it's not a force. So you can't claim a force pulling things to the Earth.
So again, going back to what I was explaining here, gravity is the phenomena that gives us weight, and that weight is definitely a force. But the warping.
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm sorry, I've seen that where FKATZOID asked a question and he said, "Yeah, I'm not here to educate you."
Of space-time as we understand it, causing us to accelerate toward the ground, is what is causing.
But yeah, that was a very good debate.
Us to have our weight, right? Now, look, if you think I'm a dummy and I don't even know my own, I don't even know my own side's explanation for things, that's fine. But just because I don't know something doesn't mean that your explanation is correct. And we haven't heard your explanation yet. So I'm just curious as to what your explanation is.
I'll get to that. But can we quickly ask, because do you think your gravity has gone through the scientific method?
Yeah. Cavendish experiments, gravitational wave detection, Arthur Eddington's observations of the stars behind the sun, and those guys in South America that did the experiment on that same day as well. I mean, what else? There are other really kind of weird things, like the fact that accelerometers measure an upward acceleration. That's a equal and opposite reaction type of thing, but it's consistent with the concept of what gravity is doing to objects. So I would say yes, and you can reject it. That's fine, but I just wanted to know what your explanation was.
Okay. Well, then we'll get into why it's not experiment.
Again, you can. It does. If you think my explanation is false, that doesn't make your explanation correct. I just want to know what your explanation is. And I do want to say, let me, I'm not trying to be rude, but I got to interrupt you because it's important.
See, I'm trying to figure out what software that they used that, who was this? Neural Viz uses. I'd like to find out what software that is.
I want to say two things. One, this has actually been a pretty nice conversation, and thank you for having.
Yeah, I agree with Eric here. It's been a very civil conversation. Kudos to both parties involved. And Eric can get pretty sarcastic too, or very loud. But he didn't do that. It was a very civil conversation.
Having it and being a good sport and stuff like that. So I'm actually I'll give praise and credit where it's due. But the other thing is, I have a maximum of about 15 minutes left.
That's fine. It's perfect with me. We should actually maybe do another time then, because I must say it is at least cordial.
Yeah, that's fine. So anyways, what do you think is the reason we have weight?
Relative density disequilibrium.
Explain, please.
So it falls under the line almost like general relativity, where the object cannot be supported by the medium around it, so it warps and it has an unbalanced force, and therefore it falls. If the medium around it can support it, it will either be neutral or go up, or if it can't support it, the object will fall down to seek its lateral equilibrium.
Forgive me, but this sounds exactly like an explanation for buoyancy.
Buoyancy actually came before gravity. Archimedes' principle predates gravity by 1,900 years.
Yeah, But you do realize, well, your explanation to me, all I'm saying is your explanation to me sounds just like the principle of buoyancy.
Practically, just without gravity.
You can't have buoyancy without gravity, stupid. That's where buoyancy comes from. Oh my God.
Okay, but do you know that in the equations for buoyancy, you have to have an acceleration? Now we plug in G for gravity. I'm not trying to beg the question, but I'm telling you that that is in there. So you have to account for an acceleration to make this work.
No, you put rho vg in there 1,900 years after Archimedes' principle came to be. They used Archimedes' principle to have ships and things work before gravity was even postulated. There was no G in their equations.
The principle of buoyancy is just a description, a description that something must displace its mass in a medium in order to be buoyant on it. It's not like it's cool, and allegedly it's what allowed Archimedes to figure out that to be able to test whether or not the king's crown really was made of gold, and that's why he shouted Eureka. Maybe you know that story, maybe you don't. But it was really just it's cool, but it's not super sophisticated, whereas the formula for buoyancy, I think, is, I don't know, like a level up. But you have to have an acceleration in there or it doesn't work. Like a centrifuge, right? You can make artificial gravity with a centrifuge. And in this case, the lateral acceleration is many orders of magnitude greater than the acceleration of gravity. That's why we measure these things in G's, right? And that causes...
I love the new camera. It shows all my fucking nervous ticks and twitches in my face in 4K.
Materials to sort by density laterally, because that's how a centrifuge spins. And that's why you get, like, in the centrifuge, things are sorting out left to right's not a great way to put it. It's horizontally, or laterally, I guess would be a better way to put it.
Yeah, it's got relative direction up and down, you can say.
Yeah, but so we don't live in a centrifuge, although I do maintain that the Earth does spin. But anyways, things sort themselves by density, vertically. We would just say up and down. But there has to be an acceleration component to explain that. So you need to provide an acceleration component to explain that.
Yeah, potential energy.
Potential energy isn't acceleration.
Yes, it is, because it's potential to accelerate.
Oh my God! Oh Jesus!
As soon as that
FKATZOID, by definition, potential energy is energy that is not in motion. By definition, acceleration is energy.
Yeah, you didn't know the difference between potential energy and kinetic energy. Oh my fucking Lord!
Energy that is in motion.
Listen, that's why I said it's potential to accelerate. So that means it's got an unbalanced force. As soon as the object cannot be supported, it will accelerate and then therefore be an acceleration, which is kinetic energy, using up that potential energy. Let's take an example. If I pick up an object, I've picked it up, you would agree I've put potential energy into that object?
Yeah.
I think I found the program, LTX Studio. This might work.
By raising its height, yeah.
Okay, so I've actually burnt energy, stuck it up, now it's got potential energy. We know the area is not going to support that object, so when I let it go, the unbalanced force causes it to accelerate, and therefore it uses up its kinetic energy until it hits the ground and goes back to static equilibrium.
Why on earth does it go down rather than up, left, right, or anything like that? Because the density differences are... The density differences between, like, you could put an apple in a closed, sealed box and make sure that the pressure is the same everywhere in that box, and suspend the apple in the middle, drop it. Why on earth does it go down when the differences in density are the same in all directions?
Remember I said you put potential energy into the system. So you...
So the rubber band theory. So if you take something down off the ground and you pick it up, there's like this invisible rubber band between where you picked it up and the thing, so it has to snap back down there. So according to that logic, if I go to the top of Mount Everest and I pick up a pebble and I put it in my pocket and walked down to Peru or wherever. Can't remember what country the mountain is, but I go down to the base, and I let it go. It should fly back up to the fucking top.
You have to literally pick up that apple. Okay? So
Yeah,
where
why
did
does it
you
take
pick
energy
up?
to lift it up?
Because you lifted it.
Because you're going against the
Doing
acceleration
work. Doing
of.
work.
Yeah,
Yeah, you accelerated it. Exactly.
yeah,
you had
no.
to use energy.
Because you're going against the vector of that acceleration force. Like have you ever been on that carnival ride that spins you around?
Yes.
So
whatever.
have you ever tried to lift up your arms when you're on it?
The centrifugal forces are a lot.
Yeah, but it takes no energy past.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. Payday, I might get the standard subscription, $35 a month. I can do a lot with this. Light is 8,640 computing seconds. So that's
correct.
Echo stop. So that's 2 hours. Then this would be 28,000. So yeah, that's like more than twice for a little over twice the price.
Of energy to let your hand fall back down onto like the surface or whatever that you lay on, but that's laterally. And the reason it's laterally is because that's the vector for the acceleration. I think that's the proper way to say it. Why is the vector for the acceleration down and not in some other direction?
Because you picked it up, okay? You took it out of its relative equilibrium. So you actually put it further away from the direction of its acceleration, as you put it, okay?
Why is the acceleration in that direction? That's the question.
Because it works on a support. It's worked on relative direction. Because everything supports from the bottom. You can put it as a natural law.
Yeah, but why?
It's a tendency for nature to give it the direction. Just like you.
Oh, so God says it needs to do that.
This is an Aristotelian argument of motion of objects at rest desire to be toward the ground.
Let's put it.
I mean, Aristotelian physics was superseded so long ago.
Okay, let's put it in another way.
Okay.
If you take the feather and the bowling ball example and you stick it in a vacuum,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the independent?
Eric should be asking where the hell 9.81 figure in EP miles per hour. Yeah, exactly.
Variable you're manipulating when you put it in a vacuum.
I guess the pressure within it.
Yeah, the medium. The medium is the independent variable. So it's the ratio between the object and the medium's ratio. Okay, so that's not gravity manipulated. Now you have the bowling ball and the feather falling at the same rate. But when you have them not in a vacuum, they don't fall at the same rate.
Yeah,
Why?
but they
Because
both fall down. The question is why down?
Brilliant. Why down? Because it's heavier, it's denser than the air around it.
It's denser than the air above it too. Why does it go
But you
down?
picked it up. You picked it up, so you put energy into the
Yeah,
system.
I know.
I was watching this live, and I was screaming in the fucking chat for him to fucking talk about this. He wouldn't pay attention to the chat.
Why is it that the things are being drawn down? That you're not addressing this.
Listen, why when I pick something up, it takes energy to pick it up? Why would you expect it to go further up and expense more energy if you're not doing the work?
Yes, so this is the same question, just asked in a different way. Why is there a downward acceleration, or what is causing the downward acceleration?
The density, the unbalanced force is what's causing the acceleration, but the thing that made it give it work was you that picked it up.
Down? Why does it make it go down?
Eric, he can't explain that. He cannot explain why down.
That's the question.
Because the air cannot support it. You picked it up from the ground.
Right. Air can't support it above it either, motherfucker. And you've said yourself, things want to go through the lower pressure. Well, according to you, inanimate objects have a fucking conscience. They're fucking self-aware. So they'd want to go up. Fucking retard.
Do I if I pick something up, do I push it down or do I pick it up?
FKATZOID, I understand that
there's no such thing as pull.
The case.
Okay,
the question is that why is it that in that particular direction, that's the direction you have to expend energy in order to accomplish this task? That's not being addressed here.
It is totally being addressed. Now, let's take the same object. You didn't pick it up. Okay? You're pushing it down. Is it going to come up now?
Say that again. Same object, I push it down. No.
Let's say that I've got an object on the table. I'm pushing it down now. Is it going to come up?
Hell, I might cover that Jaren thing tonight. I've got to wait till these prints are done. I'm going to print the rest of this project tonight. It's going to take another 5 hours, so I'll be up for a while. I might just make this a marathon.
Like if it was elastic, it
might be easier to get donations that way.
Might bounce up, but otherwise no.
Well, let's just say it's like I got a roll of tape on my end.
The answer is no.
Put it on the table.
Yeah, the answer is no.
Cool. It's not good. But now, if I take that same piece of tape and I pick it up and I let it go, where's it going to go? Back to
its source. So again, if you pluck an apple off a fucking tree and let it go, is it going to go back up to the tree? You fucking retard.
It's equilibrium point, correct? So that means down.
Yeah, why down? I get that because you picked it up, but that doesn't address the point. That just
it does.
That's the same. No, because that's the same.
Speaking of that
question, why is it difficult to lift it up?
And I don't have my phone with me to know if anybody's donated because I can't check my PayPal. So if you have donated, I'll shout you out. Just think of it as like a super chat.
Because it has.
That's how I had to do super chats. That's how I had to do super chats till I get enough subs. Is if you make a donation, just type PP, tag me, and I'll read your comment.
Weight, it's difficult to lift it up. I had to put work into the system. I had to put potential into the system. So as soon as I let it go, it has to use that energy that's put in. It needs to do work. So that's why it goes back to its relative equilibrium. It's got nothing to do with
that isn't addressing why down.
It is.
No.
Why up? Okay, tell me why should it go up?
Well, it's not my claim.
Yeah, because it's not my claim either.
Your model isn't my model, or your tentative explanation is not mine. So like that's not my burden to bear.
It's nobody's burden because no one's making the claim it should go up. You're the one saying why not up? I'm not saying it has to go up. I'm saying the reason it doesn't go.
They have a bunch of tutorials. They've got a channel. I think this may be the thing. I think this may be the program I want. So we need to come up with scripts, scenarios to make videos about FKATZOID and his dumb motherfucking flat earthers.
Go up is because you physically had to put energy to the system. Why would you expect it to carry on going up if you didn't put more energy into the system? Energy is what caused it to go up. So that energy release.
No, the question is why does the energy go in that direction? And you're not addressing that.
Oh man, how do I put this?
How do you put this? You say gravity is real. I'm sorry for wasting your time. I'm fucking stupid. That's how that goes. The cool thing about this camera, is if I flip this over, see if I can do it without fucking the camera. I've got a privacy fucking window. It's a shutter. So if I need to do something, just shut it off. And this thing gets hot. I mean, if you touch this thing, it's warm. It's got a fan built in. It has a fan built in to cool it. So I like this camera.
You accelerate the car forward.
Yeah.
You are moving forward. The energy is pushing you forward, correct?
Yeah. And I have an account for what is causing the car to accelerate forward. You haven't given an account for what is causing it to accelerate downward, or why the vector of acceleration is downward. You're just saying that that's the direction. And so when I go in the opposite direction, it takes work. Yes, but that's not addressing the point.
Let me finish my point. So you've moved forward. Now you've pressed brakes. Now you're not pressing acceleration again. Why isn't it moving forward again?
Sorry, I'm accelerating and then Sorry, say it again. For some reason I zonked out.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm accelerating the car. I'm moving forward. Now I press brakes. I stop dead. I don't press acceleration again. Why am I not moving forward?
Because of physics. Because you haven't put energy into the car. But if you press that accelerator, and you drive forward some ways and you stop and then you let go of the brakes, you're not going to fly backwards, motherfucker. Hey, Stanley.
Because you're not, there's no force or action. There's no work being done on.
So according to FKATZOID, if you could save massive amounts on gas if you just drive to the store, stop, have someone keep their foot on the pedal, they go in and buy something, get back in the car, and just take your foot off the brake, and you'll just go back, according to him.
In the car in that direction, there is being work done on the car downward because it has weight.
No. Now turn that vertical with the car. Am I putting more energy to make it accelerate upwards again or not?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Wait, what? I thought you said the car's going up.
Yeah, and then we press brakes.
Yeah.
And you say, why is it not carry on going up? Why would it carry on going up if I'm not putting more energy into the system to go up? Now...
That's your argument, stupid. That's your fucking argument.
It goes into, can the air support it below it? And the answer is no. And because you have an equal and opposite reaction, the object has to go where? Down, opposite of where you had to put
the air
energy
above
into
it can't support it either. So we've spent way too long. We've spent way too long on this.
See, that's the pinnacle of cognitive dissonance. He has no reason why it should not go up. But he knows it goes down because of gravity, and he can't reconcile the two thoughts
on this one topic. But I feel like I don't think I'm being unfair. I feel like I don't have an explanation for what causes weight yet, though.
Okay, last one. What happens when you stick a scale in a vacuum and you put a weight on that vacuum?
Oh my God.
Sorry, and you put a weight on that scale in a vacuum.
Hey, Debatable D.
Vacuum.
So if you put a scale in a vacuum chamber, put something on it, it'll have a weight. When you take all the air out, it weighs more.
Yeah.
How is that consistent with your explanation here?
The air around it supported the object, correct?
So the air pressure.
Yeah, because of buoyancy, because of gravity, stupid.
Pressure pushes on that thing in all directions, and it causes some buoyancy, but not enough buoyancy. It's always lifting. But again, the weight of the air around it, gravity explains why. It's an explanation for why things go down. I think it's a pretty good explanation for why we have density gradients in the atmosphere as well. But when you remove that, the weight goes up because you've sort of removed a force that was acting on the weight.
Yeah, I'm gonna have fun with this.
Yeah, how's this consistent with your?
I'm gonna have fun with this program, I think, and I want it to be a community thing, where I get input and we create a movie or a short video.
Your explanation?
It's not gravity then. Weight doesn't come from gravity because it's got heavier.
The mass of the object is still intact, and
mass is the same. The weight changed, and the variable changed was the medium to object ratio. So relative density disequilibrium.
Yeah, but that I don't understand how that proves anything. Anything outside of the paradigm of gravity causing weight.
The fact is, the independent variable is always the ratio between the object and the medium. It's never gravity. Gravity is never the independent variable. There is no gravity to be an independent variable.
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true. Again, this is a weird. I've never heard a question asked like that before.
But yeah, go think about it a bit. But I think we should have this discussion again.
He's a goddamn fucking retard. Oh my god. Let's see. Transform. Fit to screen. What the hell? But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Turn that off.
Get a 1080p render. Today we're introducing our most powerful video model yet, LTX-V 13B. This new release is about 7 times larger than our original model, with over 13 billion parameters. That size gives you smoother motion, fewer artifacts, and sharper visuals, even in fast, complex scenes. Inside LTX Studio, this is an image-to-video model. That means you start by a generator larger than our original model, with over 13 billion parameters. That size gives you smoother motion, fewer artifacts, and sharper visuals, even in fast, complex scenes. Inside LTX Studio, this is an image-to-video model. That means you start by generating an image, either inside the image generator or the storyboard workspace. For this example, we'll use the image generator. Let's try something creative, a 1960s style sci-fi TV show. We'll choose the vintage style preset. This one looks good. Let's upscale it and jump into the motion editor. There's a small imperfection in the image, so we'll quickly clean it up using the generative remove tool. Done. Next, go to the model selection panel. You'll see 3 options here. LTX-V Turbo, our original 2 billion parameter model. It's super fast, low cost, and great for prototyping. Google VO2, top tier quality, but more expensive. And LTX-V 13B, our newest and most advanced model. It rivals top tier models like VO2 in terms of image quality and frame consistency. Now input your motion prompt, select the clip length, and hit generate. While it's generating, let's talk about what makes this model different. LTX-V 13B uses a new technique called multi-scale rendering. It works by rendering your video in stages, first locking in the rough motion, then layering in more detail, and finally upscaling the output. This multi-stage process helps the model stay consistent from frame to frame.
That's weird. This looks like one of the guys on Viva La Dirt League. Anybody familiar with that channel? Viva La Dirt League.
Okay. You've got this, Greg. You're an interesting guy, okay? And you've got things to say. Thank you, adventurer. I know you're...
Actually, it's not the best one. Where is he?
Also, you're starting your turn within Tubby's range, so I need a...
So fail a save?
Yeah.
I need you to fail a wisdom save,
Just
please.
assume. 11 plus 2.
I think his name's Adam. But, yeah. That's him.
13.
I'm afraid not.
It's not giving us a front-on view.
Okay, the bandit camp is just up ahead, and it's another low-level one, so it shouldn't cause us too much trouble.
I just miss it so much.
I know, same.
Yeah, right there. Is that the same guy or what? Is that Adam or is that him or what?
This multi-stage process helps the model stay consistent from frame to frame while preserving fine visual details. The result is smoother motion, fewer artifacts, and a more coherent final clip. It's also incredibly fast, 30 times faster than similar models on the market. That speed makes it perfect for fast iteration and professional workflows. You'll notice you get 4 motion previews. Each one uses a different motion seed. This lets you work iteratively, comparing options and choosing the best one for your scene. LTX V13B is compatible with many features inside LTX Studio,
Ben.
including face.
Yes, Ben. I'm sorry. Adam's the dark-haired guy with the glasses, I believe.
Expressions, camera control, auto sound effects,
Or Idem. Idem. That's how they pronounce it.
and keyframes. Once you've found the motion that works,
Yeah, there's one of the funniest ones I've seen in a while. They do a lot of shorts. Really good one is let's go to their shorts. I want to check out their shorts. Where is it? It's free samples. Here, let me fucking do a search on that. Ticktown or Ticktown. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Do you want to try a free sample of these headphones?
Sure.
Fantastic. So this is the Arctis one of the Steel series.
So the headphones are the sample.
That's the sample there.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the scamming Karen. The guy that's always trying to get over on him. I like when he bought when he found out that the zoning was wrong and he bought like a square meter of the store. And they're like, okay, have fun, we're going home.
Are you interested in them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you be interested in the Arctis Pro as well? These are the other ones.
I can sample these too?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
While you're at it, we've also got the Arctis Pro Game Deck. These are kind of the high-end Pro stuff.
I'll sample all 3.
Fantastic.
Great, thank you very much.
Rowan's about an idiot. I imagine this is FKATZOID right here.
Yes. It's doing well.
Doing well. Rowan.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Rowan.
What are you doing? What does it look like? I'm giving away free samples.
You're giving away products, Ron.
No, I'm giving away free samples of headphones. That's how business works.
What, out of interest, is your logic here?
Okay, Alan, let me explain it just for you, just for your little brain there. Okay, so have you ever been to a supermarket where they give away free cookies?
No, I have. Please continue.
Oh, wow, okay. So they give away a free cookie, and if the person likes it, they'll come back and buy a whole packet of cookies. Basic business, mate.
So, in these scenarios that you're throwing out there, Ron, when a supermarket gives away a cookie, how much do you think that costs the supermarket, Rowan?
I don't know, 10 cents?
Yeah. Yeah, and how much do you think a SteelSeries Arctis Pro headset costs Playtech?
They retail at about $187.
About 3.
He just gave away 3 of them.
300.
Yeah. Yeah. How many have you given away, Ron?
About 120.
So what was that?
About 120.
120. Wow.
Yeah, the free laptop with the USB purchase.
Good! Good! This could be Playtech's undoing. That's awesome. We could go bankrupt.
Go away, go away.
I have had bosses like that. Fuck, I've had bosses like that. Yeah, there we go.
$19. Swipe your card when you're ready. And that's all done.
Cool, thank you. Oh, before we go, nearly.
Extra avatar? Are you really? Holy shit!
Got. There is your free laptop. Free laptop. Yeah, we're giving away free laptops with every USB sold today. You sure? Yeah. Yes, I'm sure. Okay. Thanks. I'll just. You sure? Yeah, enjoy. Okay, Am I sure? I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure. So yeah, am I sure? Oh yeah, like I don't know how my shop works. I'm sure. Of course I'm sure. What does he mean? Am I sure? Yes, I'm sure about our promo. Yeah, it's our promo. I'm sure. I'm sure about how our promo works.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Kiros.
Yeah.
What was that?
What do you mean?
Did you just give away a free laptop?
Yeah, I just gave away a free laptop.
Oh, wow. Why would you do that?
What do you mean? Why would I do that? Look at the promo.
Yeah. No, I'm
Free USB stick with every laptop.
very aware of the promo. I made the flyers. Do you want to really quickly read out what they say?
Okay, Alan. Just for you. Free USB stick. Free USB stick.
How many of you giving away, Ron? So what was that?
15.
15.
15. Oh, wow. That's really bad, Ron. That's really, really bad.
I've got a thing I'm supposed to be doing with.
What are you doing?
I've got a... What is it? What is it?
Ron, what are you doing? I can see.
He hides.
I can see you. I can see you crawling away, Ron.
Fucking great.
What are you doing, Ron? Ron, I can.
Fucking awesome.
Play.
Minute intro to begin. And they each have 2 buzzers, as you have gotten used to by now. Let's bring them on. Here is Bob and FKATZOID. Welcome, guys. Nice to have you.
Yeah, exactly. It's like FKATZOID pulling up a reference on the internet. Exactly.
That's good to be here. Glad to have appreciated the platform, and that's glad Bob could make it.
Awesome.
Well, thank you very much for having me, Jaren. Always glad to have a chat with somebody.
Good. You can tell everybody real quick who you are, where they can find you, all that fun stuff.
Oh, I'm Bob the Science Guy. I'm from Michigan.
I tell you, I have to confess, I'd do more debates if I didn't have fucking crushing social anxiety problems.
I am a YouTube creator that's been dealing with science denial and conspiracy theories for about 5 years. I'm a science communicator, and I have channels here on YouTube for Bob the Science Guy, for Shamrock Banks Observatory, my backyard observatory where I do comet and asteroid research. I also have a slide rule and mathematics channel that deal with my favorite little thing, which is slide rules. And I'm over on TikTok recently under Bob the Science Guy. And over there, I do a lot of science education.
All right, thank you very much. And we've got Flatzoid. Go ahead and tell them where they can find you and who you are and all that fun.
Slide rules really are fucking cool. Because you can, like, set up a slide rule and then just, like with a calculator, you can just, you put numbers into it and you hit equals and it gives you an answer. Well, with a slide rule, when you put the numbers into it, you don't have to put new numbers into it. You can just go up the slide rule and multiply multiple numbers. They are really nice. I used to have a nice one my dad gave me, and it's gone with everything else. But yeah, it was a pretty nice one.
Fun stuff.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm Flatzoid's
It was huge. I mean, it was a big one. It wasn't, a little small one.
Perspective, a flat earther, obviously been doing YouTube for the last 7 years about. I do have a TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter if you need to look me up. I'm just going to have some fun, and everybody knows me, I like to debate. So it's going to be fun to see what we're going to get up to with what shenanigans and contradictions the globe has to offer for us.
All righty. See who goes first.
Wait, what did he laugh at?
I'm just going to have some fun, and everybody knows me, I like to debate. So it's going to be fun to see what we're going to get up to with what shenanigans and contradictions the globe has to offer for us.
All righty. See who goes first with the intro. We'll go ahead and do a coin toss. Let me get that on there.
I'm going to defer to...
Yeah, this sets you up for a good day. This does.
We
Coffee
were
in
told
hand.
we should do a podcast.
Podcast.
Oh, we should do a podcast.
Podcast. They were like, you should do one.
Well, this is 50 minutes. I'll look through it.
Flatzoid requested this debate, so I'll be happy to defer to him.
I was in a movie. I was an extra in a Hollywood movie.
He can go ahead and...
My scene made it in.
Give his spiel at first, but I have 1 hour.
You okay with that, Flatzoid? You want to go first?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we won't even do a coin toss. All right, Flatzoid's going first. You got a minute to do an intro, and then we'll get started. We'll give his minute, and then we'll get started with the 30-minute clock. So go ahead. When you start your intro, we will start the clock.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't need to share screen, though, because it's just based on the intro is we're talking about Coriolis, and we're going to be talking about flight dynamics. So the point is we do not observe any plane deviation to present the presentation that Earth rotates underneath the plane. So we have no Coriolis effect deviation observed. So there is an issue there. And we do not have to account for anything as if curvature when the plane is flying anywhere over the plane. The fact that planes work and show they fly a level flight and have their gyro set on the runway in a rigid frame reference of horizontal, and when they land they still have that same horizontal no matter where they go, it shows the point that they have never ever flown over a curve or had to account for any movement of the ground beneath them. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. And Bob, same thing. We'll start your minute when you start talking.
Okay, well, I'm an actual trained pilot and fly airplanes, and quite frankly, I know how they work. I also know quite a bit about celestial and ground navigation, and I'm just going to let the facts speak for themselves today. And that's all I have to say.
All right.
This really isn't, this isn't a subject of debate. This is a subject of education.
Well, thank you so much for that. And both clocks will be set at 30 minutes. Flatzoid, you can begin. You both have 2 buzzers you can use if you want to take control. Otherwise,
I'll go on mute.
Okay, thank you. Flatzoid, you can go as long as you need.
Awesome. Yeah, so thanks, Bob. You heard what I had to say in the first minute. Would you be able to, let's maybe first address the curvature part. Why aren't we able to observe anything that situates us flying over geometric spheroid?
Why on earth don't you think that curvature is taken into account? How do we navigate over the Earth?
With a plane, you
Yep.
navigate over a stationary, rigid plane.
Well, that's your claim. However, we actually fly over great circle distances and via great circle courses. There is no such thing as a great circle on a flat plane. That's only found on the surface of a sphere.
So can you show us flying great circle distances in a vertical, please?
What do you mean in a vertical?
Because you need to fly over a sphere, you're flying over a vertical. Your altitude, keeping the same altitude, means that you're going to have to either drop your nose to keep up with that rigid horizontal of the gyro, or it's just magic and it's not curving.
Nah. No, that's basically 2015 thinking. So, if you look at this globe right here and I put this pen on top of it, do you agree that the pen is a certain distance above the surface of the globe right here where it touches? Okay. Does it change? Is it changed anywhere? Still the same distance above the surface. Your altitude doesn't care what the shape of the Earth is. You're a certain distance above. We'll use mean sea level as the datum. So level flight means that you're just maintaining the same altitude above the ground, and it simply doesn't matter what the surface is.
Great. So you do know we fly relative to the ground.
Yep.
With planes. Okay.
This is for the flat earthers. Oops, sorry. Potential. Because not everyone gets to be an astronaut when they grow up.
Okay,
absolutely.
So if we have mean sea level, can you bring the definition up for mean sea level, please?
No.
Why not?
You should come prepared. If you don't know the definition of sea level, I'll give you a moment to Google it.
I can tell you.
Well, then go right ahead and do it.
No part high or other. It is the mean sea level as in zero horizontal, based from one side or the other, based on the topography. Yeah.
Nobody says anything about horizontal. It's the mean level of the surface.
Literally.
It's the datum of the surface. So, for example, if you have a sphere like this, the surface is all sea level, and the distance above sea level doesn't change no matter where you are, as long as it's the same distance above sea level. So, you can try and claim that that's horizontal to go along with your belief system. However, that's just simply not the case. 5 feet above the ground, all over the curved surface of the Earth is all level because it's the same distance above the ground. And again, by ground, I mean sea level or whatever datum you're using.
Okay, great. So when the plane is on a runway and we get to the plane moving and we're spinning the gyro up, it sets a horizontal reference datum, correct?
Yeah, there's your altitude indicator is run off of a gyro, yes.
So when you're on the runway, it's sitting still.
Not altitude, attitude indicator. I'm sorry, I think I misspoke.
Yeah, the attitude. And we've set the horizontal datum so we know always where the horizon is in our flight. Great.
Well, we know what horizontal is in our flight, yes.
So do you have the same horizontal on every latitude on a globe?
Yep.
How is that possible? If I'm taking off, let's say, in the North Pole, and I fly to the equator, it's not the same horizontal, is it?
The horizontal from your point on the pole versus the horizontal on the point on the equator, they're level. They're not on the same plane. They're 90 degrees to each other.
So not the same horizontal then?
No. Okay, I'll go with that.
Great. So when we have a rigid space datum when we take off, why don't we account for dropping when we're flying over your ball?
Where are we dropping?
We supposed to be deviating from that horizontal that we set. It's a rigid plane.
No, we're maintaining a certain level above the ground. Now, there are devices on the attitude indicator called pendulous vanes. And using the pendulous vanes and the vector of gravity, it does keep that so that it's horizontal to the ground.
Actually, it uses INS, which is using...
That's an INS. That's not an attitude indicator. That's INS.
INS uses for the correction of magnetic.
No, that's not what an INS does. An INS consists of 3 sets of gyroscopes set at 90 degrees to each other. that look at a coordinate system on the Earth. So one way that you can easily look at that is if you take a box. I think I have a box handy real quick. Double check. No, I don't see one. Well, here, we'll use this. So here's a box. Now this box has got a coordinate system in it. It's got a height, it's got a width, and it's got a length. So you can set up XYZ coordinates on this box. Take that, put it in the box. You can describe every point on the surface of this in those XYZ coordinate system. And what an INS does is it takes 3 sets of gyros and it keeps it spins up on the ground, and then it keeps track of your position in that 3-dimensional space. And then it coordinates that with the surface geode of the Earth, the WSG 84. So that will tell you where you are at all times.
It uses magnetic. It doesn't use WGS. It uses magnetic north.
No.
But anyway, you just literally making my point now that it's using the 90 degrees in 3 different axes. Okay, so it's.
I love when he says something completely fucking wrong. He goes, "Oh, now you're completely making my point."
Using rigid
Just
space.
like your ear does.
You know your vertical.
Fucking
You know your
hilarious.
horizontal. You know your plane. You're flying over a plane. Why
You
is
know
it
your position in
that-
3-dimensional space. It doesn't have
Why-
anything to do with the orientation of the Earth.
Why is it that when you're flying, there is no deviation of this rigid plane?
What rigid plane?
Yes, there is a deviation, motherfucker. Yeah, there absolutely is. Pendulous vanes have to compensate for that deviation from the rigid plane. And it's not a rigid plane. I mean, like laser gyro, it has 3 axes. There'd be 3 planes, dumb fuck.
The horizontal.
But FKATZOID has never been able to explain why a gyroscope on a plane that's flying flat and level over a flat Earth will precess, because there's no fucking way it could if it's not being taken out of its 3-dimensional orientation in space.
Sit on the runway.
No, you're talking about 2 different things. All right, I was talking about an attitude indicator. You're now talking about an INS versus an IRS.
The
Now-
INS is doing the correction based on.
No,
the
an INS
perception
is simply determining its position in 3-dimensional space. And it doesn't really care what the position of the ground is. It just tells you that I'm at this XYZ coordinate. And then the navigation system that is hooked into the INS tells you where that is in reference to the geoid.
Okay, so are you going?
While he's being confused, I'm about 5 months, 4 months maybe, not smoking any tobacco. Basically just started vaping again. Haven't smoked pot for 2 weeks. And I am just now starting to breathe easier and get all the shit out of my lungs. So, yeah, it takes time. It takes a little bit of time just for the recovery to start. But I feel a lot better. I still get out of breath because it's probably because of that fucking tumor. But I don't know if I have a tumor. I'm just guessing. But there's something in there that's not letting me breathe right. It's either COPD or degenerative or something. I don't know.
Going to actually attempt to answer what I asked about.
I did answer what you talked about.
Why is it? No, I'm asking very specific.
No, see, your inability to understand the answer doesn't mean he's not addressing what you talked about.
Specific. If you're taking off, you've got your horizontal set. Okay, let's say we're flying from the North Pole. We've got the horizontal set.
That's fine.
Why is it, no matter where you're flying, that horizontal does never change? You're never dipping your nose down to keep up with the curve, because the horizontal.
Why would you
always
dip your nose down?
By the time you get to the equator, you would be either being flying vertical or you'd be in space.
Well, that's just basically a total misunderstanding of how aircraft fly. Aircraft fly over the surface of the Earth. They don't care what the shape of the Earth is. They just maintain a set altitude when you're flying straight and level. Straight and level means you're maintaining the same altitude above the, in this case, means sea level, and you're not deviating to the left or the right. That's a curved path.
There's no curved path, it's horizontals. How do you have a curved path?
No, it's a curved path.
No,
if you
it's
fly over
horizontal.
the surface of the Earth, so for example, again, here's your Earth, here's your set distance above the Earth. As you go around the Earth, you notice that the distance to the top of that pin, the outside of the pin doesn't change. It's just maintaining a set level above the ground. It doesn't really care what the ground looks like.
Okay, I'm going to...
Doesn't care if there's mountains or canyons or seas or whatever. It just flies at the same altitude relative to mean sea level.
Yeah, you're still not actually answering.
Well, that's the answer you're getting. So
okay.
If you want to try
INS.
and move on to something else or want to put up something to support your position, I'm happy to look at it.
INS refers to the latitude and longitude and altitude being fed from the IRU, other systems reference, or selected display pilot of the Electronic Flight Instrument System, EFIS. So it's making the corrections based on already set measurements. Correct?
Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
All right, so go ahead and tell me exactly what that's talking about. What is the
It's talking
electronic
about the-
flight system?
It's talking about the correction based on the precession that the gyros give.
All right, what is the electronic flight system that you highlighted?
IRS.
No, read it. Click on it and read it.
I've already gone out of it, but it doesn't matter. The point is you're trying to...
Well, yeah, it does matter.
No, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
Because I'm asking you
You're going
about
off
it.
the
Show me.
point. You're going again off the point. You set your horizontal datum. It's a rigid plane. It never
your claim.
changes. It stays with that. No, it's not my claim. It stays that rigid plane. It's always staying that rigid plane. Can you show me once in any flight path where that rigid plane has changed, please?
Okay, there are 3 axes of the gyrus compass.
Nailed it.
The gyrus, or the INS gyroscopes. They're set at 90 degrees to each other, just like your vestibular apparatus in your ear. All that does is maintain a situational awareness of what your position in space is, and then the computer takes that and converts it to your position over the ground. So I don't see what the problem in understanding what that is. All the INS does is give you your 3 coordinates.
Which is correcting for the precession. Okay, but again, I'm asking you.
What is precession?
A rigid.
What do you
know
refer
what-
to by precession?
Can we finish one argument at a time? Can you please
Well, you
explain?
brought up precession. Tell me what you're referring
You
to.
are
with that.
overstating from the point, Bob. The point still is the gyro sets a rigid plane, okay? It sets
3
the
of them.
horizon line. So when you're on the runway, it sets that horizon line. That horizon line stays the same right through your flight, no matter where you go.
No, it doesn't. It most fucking certainly does not.
So, can you tell me where it has ever shown to show it has deviated to a new horizon line? Please.
Okay, I'm happy to. Now, I've already discussed the attitude indicator, but you blew right past that because it involved gravity and pendulous vanes, and you understand that that kills your argument. So now you switched over to the INS. The INS, again, please pay attention, has 3 gyroscopes in it. They are all set at 90-degree angles to each other. They don't care where they start off. They just need to start off somewhere and understand where they are in relationship to each other. They don't care if they're lined up to the horizon at the runway. They simply need to understand where they are in relationship to each other and become stable at that point, and then they just keep track of everything. So what you do is you put in your exact location and altitude of your airport. You let these things spin up for about 20 minutes without moving the aircraft. And then what happens is when you take off, it keeps track of where you are in reference to those 3 gyroscopes. And that's all there is to it. They don't care about the horizon.
Oh, but the attitude indicator sets the horizon.
Based on where you are, yeah.
Yeah, and that horizon stays along the same horizontal plane right from when takeoff to when you
So
land.
what? So what?
So it has never changed horizontal then. It stays the same horizontal from point A to point B.
Okay, so
So
it's
no
got
curve.
the inputs coming in telling it where it is. So what?
So no curve then.
That doesn't mean that there's no curve. That doesn't mean anything of the kind. If you need to understand how an INS system works, take a course on it. All right. I've never used an INS. I do, of course, know what it is. But that's the way it works. And that's just that. It doesn't care where the horizon was. It just sits down and gives input into the navigation system, and the navigation system tells you where the horizon is.
I shouldn't have given INS because you're literally missing the point. The point is the horizon stays at the same horizontal plane from point A to point B.
By design, yes. That's what it's designed to do.
There is no curve detected. The plane doesn't drop the nose down or have to change its pitch to keep up with the Earth curve. It always keeps a slight reverence to that horizontal and vertical. It never changes.
Okay, so if I take off from an airport here in Michigan and I fly straight and level, will I end up in space on a curve? If the Earth is a ball?
Yes, if you're not either
Will I end up in space?
Changing your airspeed.
I mean, right there, he has no fucking clue.
Or dropping the nose to keep up with the physical.
Not a fucking
Well,
clue.
that's not how airplanes work. Sorry about that.
That's exactly how airplanes work.
They maintain the same height above the ground, the same altitude above the ground, or in some cases, and you know the instrument pilots out there and the big iron pilots, you know, I'm sure are happy to correct me on this, but I will say that over 18,000 feet in the United States, you fly at a pressure altitude, not MSL. So
yeah, pressure altitude, which is based off MSL. But anyway, again, it keeps the same horizontal. You just told me
not.
You don't dip your nose or you do not change your airspeed to be able to drop to keep up with the curve.
You're not dropping. You're maintaining the same altitude. It doesn't care what the shape of the Earth is.
So flat then. So no curve.
No,
Correct.
not flat.
Where's the curve?
God, what a dumb fuck.
Curve then.
It's actually right in front of you at all times. That's why you have a horizon. The Earth curves away from you at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
So
from any location on Earth.
Horizontal curves now.
Excuse me?
So you're saying horizontal curves?
Level curves.
Horizontal.
Horizontal is 90 degrees to your vertical at any given point. As you change your position, horizontal correspondingly changes because your vertical changes.
Okay.
Oh, goody! Another diagram from FKATZOID. I love these.
Yeah, it's on screen, correct?
Yep.
Hold on.
Okay, cool. This is going to be the horizontal reference set by the plane when we're taking off on the one side of the plane. Okay? We got the plane going that way. So that's a horizontal. We got the vertical going this way.
Okay.
It set that rigid plane.
Oh, this was fucking sweet. He drew a line here and he couldn't understand that this is perpendicular to this circle because it was on its side. He had to rotate it around to bring it to this orientation for him to understand.
I would agree rigid plane means it stays always in that reference. If you don't have that reference staying rigid, you won't know your orientation.
Are we talking about an INS or an attitude indicator?
Just gyro. We're just making a simple spot.
No.
This is the gyro.
One gyro or three?
This is all three. They set on the run. You got your vertical, you got your horizontal. Notice even that is based on the 3 dimensions in a box, as you said. So to be a horizontal, okay?
Yep.
Now when I fly the plane, and let's say I've gone now to the equator now, it's going to be facing this way, correct?
Okay, where's your horizontal at the equator?
According to a rigid plane, it should now be there, which would show you vertical now.
I love this. Look at this fucking piece of shit. Look at this dumb motherfucker. He cannot think in 3D. Barely think in 2D.
That's your horizontal at the equator.
That's what I asked you. Do you know what a rigid plane means?
Is that your horizontal at the equator?
Well, it's supposed to be a horizontal set from point A to point B, the same horizontal, no deviation.
What do we
shown.
call that line that you just drew down there by the equator? What's that called?
In reference to the
No,
point
in
A,
reference to that point on the Earth.
So it would now be vertical, correct?
Very good. Very good.
Right.
Yeah. Fucking dumbass.
So that would mean if I had to keep it in reference with the flight, let me put the plane how it would show then, according to not dipping down.
So you think that if I start at the North Pole and I fly to the equator, I'll be flying straight up. That's the way you look at this, huh?
If you follow what we observe, there's no. So you don't physically have a curve now.
You think a plane? Do you honestly think, Platzoid, that an airplane flies around the Earth like this?
It has an angle of attack of about 2 to 3 degrees.
Do you think that it flies around the Earth like this? Come on, Platzoid.
He doesn't think, real quick, he doesn't think it's a ball. So what you're saying is kind of non sequitur.
All right, well, that's.
Oh, and this was before Jaren's conversion too. So
his problem.
No, you literally just ignoring my argument. You agree with me?
Yeah,
A rigid
I am.
plane. You agree
I am
with
because
me?
your argument is silly.
You
so
agree with
I'm
me?
not giving it any attention because you have a blatant misunderstanding of how an INS works or how navigation works or how flight instruments work. I've tried to explain it to you, but you're too obtuse to hear what I'm saying. It's just as simple as that.
You're insulting me because you don't want to just concede a horizontal reference.
No.
Rigid space stays that way because you can't show me it deviating through flight. Can you show me it deviating? Then you can make the claim. Does it deviate?
Yes.
Show me it deviating, please.
Okay. Well, when you fly, okay, you start off at the North Pole like this. Okay. See, here's the North Pole. Here's my airplane. It's a set height above the ground. When I come over here, that is still level.
Dip the nose.
No, the nose isn't dipping. It doesn't have anything with where anything to do with where the nose is. It simply follows the curve around because this direction is down no matter where you are on the globe.
Yeah.
And as a result of
turn your green screen off there, Bob. Your shit's disappearing.
that, two things happen. One, this aircraft does not have an INS. This aircraft has an attitude indicator. And the attitude indicator takes the vector of gravity in pendulous vanes and corrects for that. And INS just knows that it's at this point in space, and now it's at that point in space. That's all the INS knows.
Okay. Do planes have flight logs?
Yes.
Are they able to tell you what altitude you flew, for how long, what angle of attack you flew?
We don't. That's not what's in a flight log. What's in a flight log?
I'm just saying.
is
Do you have logs on? Do you just have logs, information, data on a black box?
What we log is our origin and destination airports, the type of aircraft, and our flight hours, and the conditions of the flight, whether it's instrument or non-instrument.
Great. And if they have a black box, are they able to know if something goes wrong with the plane?
Yes.
Okay, so would it be able to pick up a change off of that horizontal that was set on the runway?
It'll know exactly where it is in three-dimensional space, yes.
And because it was set as a rigid horizontal,
you seem to not grasp the idea.
I'm still talking, and it never changes. Why would you claim then it does change if you literally just said it doesn't change?
All right. So once again, and this is the last time that I'm going to try and explain this to you because I'm not going to address it again. The INS has a series of 3 planes of reference with 3 gyroscopes. Actually, I think there's 6. But what they do is they tell you the XYZ coordinate of the aircraft, and they compare that to the WSG-84 geoid of the spherical Earth, and it will tell you where you are in reference to the surface of that geoid. And that's that. Simple as that. It doesn't care It doesn't care where the horizon is. It doesn't care where it started versus where it ended up, where the horizon is. It just gives you the three-dimensional space. So
Do you know what
that's that.
rigid? Do you know what rigid means?
Yes, do you?
Yes, that's what I'm asking you because you seem to not understand what rigid means. So
No,
can
I
you
understand that
explain
the
to
three
everybody-
gyro compasses change. I understand that the three gyro compasses measure the XYZ axis. That doesn't change. That does not
So it
change
doesn't
throughout
change
the
then.
surface of the spherical Earth.
So it doesn't change then. It keeps that same rigid plane right through from when
And
you
it
take
just
off to
takes
land.
it just takes into account where it is over the surface of the spherical Earth. Now,
So
I've had
what
enough of
happens when
this. I've
so
had
what
enough
happens
of
when I
this, and I'm
fly-
not going to address any further questions on gyro compasses or the INS system. So
Okay,
move
so
on to your next one.
I'll take that as you running away then. Great, we can move on
No,
to
I'm
Coriolis.
just not. I've already explained it to you enough times that I don't feel the need to do it anymore.
Yeah, it's called running. Anyway, okay, Coriolis.
No, it's called you being dumber than dog shit and not getting it, Flatzoid. He's changing the topic because you're fucking stupid.
Can you show us where Coriolis is taken into account with flights, please?
Okay, how do you think you would take into account Coriolis with a flight?
It's not my claim, that's your claim.
No, your claim is they would have to take Coriolis into account on a plane. That's your fucking claim, you dumb fuck.
I never claimed that.
See, this motherfucker makes a claim. Oh no, that's your claim. Someone proves him wrong. Oh, you're proving me right. You're debunking yourself. That's called invincible ignorance. That's what that's called. No matter what is thrown at you, you just fucking just deflects because of ignorance. Snap it.
Oh, so there is no Earth rotation then?
Yes, he is a dumb piece of crap.
I didn't claim that either. If you have a statement to make about Earth rotation and can show me why the Earth is not rotating, I'm happy to hear your claim.
Yeah, the Earth's not rotating because we
I've
don't
measured it
fly
rotating
and see
in
any
disk.
deviation of the plane. You said you agree that the plane flies in reference to the ground.
Yes.
And when we fly, do we have to catch any runway?
No.
Okay. Do we have to catch up to Earth spin?
Doesn't understand a goddamn thing about anything.
Oh, come on. Ask a better question, Flatzoid.
I'm starting
Ask
to
a
get
better
this
question.
It's the best he can, man. It's the best he can. Would you get better questions from third graders? Well, probably. But, you know, you get my point.
Coming here. Can you answer the question? Do we observe drift due to Earth rotation?
Yes, we do.
Where do we do this? Where do we stop?
The Coriolis drift does occur on any object that is moving over the surface of the Earth. It doesn't occur on objects that remain over the same point on Earth, but if you move from point A to point B, you do have a Coriolis effect.
So we observe helicopters flying backwards.
Why would we do that?
You just said anything not attached to the Earth's surface will show
No,
deviation.
I didn't say that
No, he didn't.
at all. What did I say?
Hey, Ball.
Anything not attached to the surface will
I didn't
show
say that. What did I say?
Jaren, did he say that? Or did I hear things?
Just tell us what you said, Bob. I thought you said the same thing.
No, I said that if an object is not moving over the surface of the Earth, there is no Coriolis. When it moves from point A to point B, remember me saying that? Then there is a Coriolis effect. Please try and keep up.
So a helicopter or a plane or a hot air balloon moving in a linear fashion will fly backwards
Who told you that? Why would it fly backwards?
because Earth's spinning underneath it.
You think the Earth is spinning underneath an aircraft in flight, and it would
No,
fly
that's your
backwards
claim.
because of it.
That's your claim.
Okay, how is the Earth?
No, that's your claim, dumb fuck. Did you hear him say that a fucking helicopter would fly backwards? No, you didn't.
Spinning under an aircraft?
Oh, it's not my claim. I'm not saying it is. You
Well, yeah, it
claimed
is because you
okay.
just said you understand that my claim is that an aircraft would move backwards because the Earth was spinning under it. How on earth would that even work?
Okay, let's put it this way. If I take a plane and fly 500
I'll tell you
miles-
what. You make your claim.
You just asked
about
the question.
what you think Coriolis is going to do.
I'll still make my statement.
Go ahead.
When you take an airplane and you're flying 500 miles an hour at the equator, and you're flying opposite to the rotation, are you going to be flying 500 minus 500 miles an hour?
No, because the speed of the aircraft is based on ground speed, you dumb fuck.
From what reference point?
The plane's in the non-inertial, remember?
You think so?
Yeah, it's
What's
in the
a
linear
non-inertial
movement.
reference frame?
The non-inertial reference frame is the observed deviation. So the movement of the plane would be
what's
the
a
non-inertial.
non-inertial reference
While
frame?
we are on the inertial reference plane would be the movement of Earth, which we see an apparent deviation. So to us, it will be looking like the plane
damn,
is
he's
flying
dumb.
backwards.
Holy shit, he's dumb.
Okay, well, first of all, you don't seem to understand the difference between inertial and non-inertial reference.
Hey, Arnold. Yes, he is very pain. It is very painful.
Frames, and I don't have time to teach you right now. Aircraft fly in reference to the surface of the ground. All right, so an aircraft that is flying at 500 miles an hour is going 500 miles an hour over the ground, like this. Its speed is not being judged from the moon, where you have the Earth's rotation and then you have the airplane flying with it. It's in reference to the ground. So,
see, and that's their problem. That's flat earthers' problem. They don't understand reference frames. They don't understand that we live on the Earth, and our reference frame is the Earth. Doesn't matter where the airplane is. Doesn't matter where the fucking thing is, the helicopter is. The reference frame is on Earth, not the fucking moon.
let's start over again from that. So when you have an aircraft that is flying at 500 miles an hour, that's the speed over the ground. It doesn't care if it's going north, south, east, or west. In 1 hour, it will be 500 miles from where it is, from where it started. And the entire system, of course, is rotating because the Earth is rotating, as is demonstrated elsewhere.
Cool.
Thanks, Bob.
So fighting for not Coriolis then.
Excuse me?
Jesus fucking
So
Christ.
fighting for not Coriolis. We don't observe it, so therefore not Coriolis.
We do
so
observe
therefore
it.
you can't claim. You just said you
We
don't.
most definitely do.
You literally just said you don't observe it.
No, I said that aircraft fly in relationship to the ground. We're not.
It's like, what color is a fire truck? Oh, it's red. So not red then. That's the extent of his fucking brilliance of this conversation he's having.
Not looking at it from a disinterested third party like the moon, where we're looking at the rotation and the aircraft as two separate things.
He just can't. He can't understand simple shit. It's just beyond him.
We're looking at the rotating Earth and the rotating aircraft, and the aircraft is flying in relationship to the ground underneath it.
So no Coriolis observed.
How did you come up with that?
You just said we can't observe it, so therefore no.
I didn't
Coriolis
say we
observed.
can't observe it. We observe Coriolis all the time.
Where?
Okay, well, is it my turn to...
Where? Hurricanes? Fuckwit.
present or not?
Sure.
Is his 30 minutes up?
No, but the clock's been counting the whole time. You can.
I don't know. I don't see it.
Is my screen not shared?
It's showing.
What's
It's
he
17
got?
minutes left.
You should be able to see my screen. He's at
Oh,
20.
wait a minute. Why do you have 17 and 20? What's that in reference to?
Those are the timers for each of you, Bob.
The 30-minute clock that's been counting down when you're talking.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to talk anymore, but let's let FKATZOID get caught up.
Okay, I'm going to
I
say
haven't
this
even
again.
presented anything yet.
Well, you can present
I've
if you
just
want.
been dealing with his silliness.
Okay, before he presents, can I just quickly educate the guy that's telling me I don't know what's going on? Coriolis works on a 2 reference frame system.
That's the funniest thing. He thinks he can educate people. He thinks he's in the position, in the mental position, in the intellectual position to educate people.
System, an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame.
Fucking top left all the way, man.
In
a basketball stadium or basketball arena or whatever they call it, a sporting arena, when they when they have a player that's so goddamn good, has won what awards every year, and gets MVP and then retires. They put his jersey up on the wall. FKATZOID's jersey should be retired. Just a permanent fixture on top left.
He would be standing on the ground in the non-inertial reference frame, observing the plane have an apparent deviation in the inertial reference frame when taking flight.
That's why he homeschools his kids, Arnold. He's a homeschooler.
That means we would see the plane have a deviation. It would either fly sideways or backwards or whatever. We don't see this, which Bob literally just said, yeah, we don't see it. So therefore, no deviation, no observed Coriolis, no Earth spin. Instead of telling me I'm ignorant and showing you are contradicting yourself, can you show me where we observe Coriolis?
Yep.
Hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
If you take a kiddie pool and you put it a number of miles north of the equator, and you take another one, same thing, and you put it a number of miles south of the equator, and you let them sit for a day, for days, to completely let the water stop moving, to be completely still, and you punch a hole in the bottom, that water is going to swirl in opposite directions. That's been proven by Veritas, and who was the other one? The country guy, the guy from the country, like Georgia or whatever. Can't remember his channel name. Dustin. Yeah, Veritas and Dustin did that experiment. Can't remember what Veritas's, what his name is.
Do you see my screen?
Not yet.
How about now?
Yes, good.
Okay, it says here that I'm screen sharing. Is that correct?
Correct. You're good.
Okay, great. Now, all right, I've had about enough of this. So first of all, let's correct a basic misunderstanding. The Earth is a non-inertial reference frame. Why do you need an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame to look at?
There we go. Yes, the gunnery manual.
Coriolis. You need an inertial reference frame to see that the non-inertial.
Smarter every day. Yeah, that's his channel name.
Inertial reference frame is actually rotating. So, for example, you can't tell that a car is moving down the highway unless you can get something that isn't moving to be able to observe it going down the highway. Now, this is the United States Navy, which is an authority. This is the firing table for a 16-inch naval rifle off of an Iowa-class battleship.
Oh, my God, this is awesome. This is awesome. I can't remember if it was here or where it happened, but he said, "Oh, are you telling me that that as the enemy's coming at you, they have to figure stuff out on paper?" Doesn't understand the purpose of artillery. Doesn't understand that a gun doesn't necessarily mean a gun that you shoot like that. He's just a fucking idiot.
Right here. Okay, first of all, the very first thing in the circular is adjustments for curvature of Earth. Period. The Earth curves. I've measured it. Okay? The U.S. Navy does require a curvature correction for its naval rifles. Now, right here is page 2 of that same document. And if you look right down here, these are the figures for various ranges of a 16-inch naval gun. And if you look right down here at the bottom, what's this? Can we read this together? Effects in yards of range due to the rotation of the Earth. So yes, indeed, artillery does take into account two of the factors. One is curvature of the Earth. The other is rotation of the Earth.
Yep.
Now, next. I wish that wasn't right there. How much is the Coriolis effect? All right, so let's go ahead and look at a 10,000 pound airplane. All right, and
how much is the Coriolis effect? $1.50.
And a velocity of 500 miles per hour at 45 degrees north latitude. Okay.
See, the problem is, Flatzoid, if they don't account for those two things, they miss. And the U.S. fucking Navy doesn't goddamn miss, motherfucker. We're pretty fucking good at what we do.
The Coriolis force is 104 newtons, and the deviation in meters per second, because we're modern people, the deviation due to Coriolis is just under 3 centimeters per second. Okay? Now, that is nothing. As you fly an aircraft, what happens in the northern hemisphere is that you take off and say we're going south to north. Coriolis will cause that aircraft to drift very slightly towards the right. The pilot, to maintain his course, will direct the aircraft to the left to stay on the magenta line of his flight path. As a result, he's constantly adding a little bit of east to west velocity to counteract the west to east velocity he had when he took off at the airport. That's how planes compensate for Coriolis. And as you can see, it is a tiny, insignificant amount of correction. Now, what else do we have up here? What other good, fun things do we have? Okay, the Coriolis effect. Now, there's several basic principles behind the Coriolis effect. The first is Newton's first law of motion, which of course you understand, right? You can name the 3 laws of motion right off the top of your head right now, can't you, Flatzoid? Go ahead and name those off in order, please. What's the first law of motion?
You can finish your presentation while you show everybody it's not observable, making my point, as I said. So
I just showed you how it's observable on an artillery shell. So there are several
4
things.
centimeters. You said 4 centimeters. How do you observe 4 centimeters? 3 centimeters of.
Okay, so we'll go back then. The first law of motion is that an object in motion will remain in motion, and an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. The second factor involved in Coriolis is the spherical geometry of Earth, because Earth indeed is a sphere. And the third one is centripetal and acceleration. Now, as a result of that, when you go north-south, okay, you start off at a higher linear velocity closer to the equator because of the rotation of Earth at 15 degrees per hour, and the circumference around the axis of rotation at that point is the largest. As you go north, you still go 15 degrees per hour. However, the circumference around the axis of rotation is less. So as a result, you are going faster than the rotation of the Earth because you started off at a higher linear speed. In order to correct that, you have to go back the other way to stay on course. And as a result, you decrease your linear speed to match the surface of the Earth underneath you. Now, the interesting part is when you get to east-west flight.
Look at his stupid fucking. Look at it. Look at him. Look at him. He's trying to mock Bob, but he's just making himself look fucking stupid.
Because as you go with the rotation of the Earth, okay, from west to east, you are going with the rotation of the Earth, and in order to maintain the same amount of centrifugal force, you have to actually go to a higher radius. You have to increase the radius of your turn, okay? Same thing when you go from east to west, you have to decrease the radius of the turn. So as a result of that, naturally, what you would do if you were a satellite is you'd go into a higher orbit. However, on the Earth, we are constrained by the atmosphere. And as a result, we can't go higher. So we have to go to a place, okay, from west to east. You are going with the rotation of the Earth. And in order to maintain the same amount of centrifugal force.
I mean, you can tell he's not fucking paying it a lick of attention. Look at him.
You have to actually go to a higher radius.
I mean, he doesn't even want to even try and learn.
You have to increase the radius of your turn, okay? Same thing when you go from east to west, you have to decrease the radius of the turn. So as a result,
He isn't even looking at the fucking thing. He went off. He's clicking through windows. He isn't even paying any attention. Notice this isn't changing, right? The screen isn't changing, but look at the lighting on his face, on his stupid fucking face. See, he's looking. Now he's closing his eyes. Yeah, yawn.
centrifugal force, you have to actually go to a higher radius. You have to increase the radius of your turn.
Right there, he clicked off. Right there, he fucking clicked off.
Okay? Same thing when you go from east to west, you have to decrease the radius of the turn. So as a result of that, naturally what you would do if you were a satellite is you'd go into a higher orbit. However, on the Earth, we are constrained by the atmosphere. And as a result, we can't go higher. So we have to go to a place that has a higher radius, which means that we will turn towards the equator. So in the northern hemisphere, that will be a rightward deviation. Okay? Now, if you're going from east to west, you're going to have to again turn right because you have to go to an area of smaller radius because you're going against the
I
rotation.
just want to say my buzzer's not working. I tried to buzz.
Sorry. I'll go ahead and switch in 10 seconds. Go ahead, Bob, finish up.
Okay. And basically,
Yeah, he's trying to get help on Discord. Exactly.
we do have to take this into account with rifles, with artillery, with...
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, there's a few issues there. He's literally...
Yeah, the issue is you're dumber than dog shit and you don't understand stuff and you think you're smarter than everyone. That's the issue. Until you solve that issue, you're going to be confused all the fucking time. Like a caveman who looks at a fucking watch.
Literally making my point when he fights for we don't observe it. You can't observe 3 centimeters of drift. So therefore, no drift. The artillery you brought up,
can you observe your liver, motherfucker? No? So you don't have a liver? Can you observe your brain? Then you don't have a brain, right? Right.
artillery is literally the same issue. It's so minuscule, you don't even need to take it into account, apparently. Again, we're talking about flight dynamics and Coriolis with flight dynamics. You literally just, again, we don't observe it because Earth too big, and you want to claim it. Now, show me the actual deviation instead of saying it's too small to see the deviation. Okay? Also, nobody in history takes a shot at someone in war and first goes and works out calculations how much Coriolis there is.
Yeah, they do. It's called it's called a firing computer, dipshit. That's how they get a firing solution. They have a computer that they punch in all the information that they've gotten from AWACS and from forward observation post, FOPs, from boots on the ground, from aircraft, from known locations. And then they calculate that all in with a computer. That's how they do it, motherfucker. Fuck.
They'll be dead by the time they try to do so, Bob. This is a fact.
Do you know how far away the enemy is when you use fucking artillery on them, dummy? They're not right up on you, stupid.
The fact I can also say you're ignorant to the subject is because the last time you spoke, you said a 308 can shoot 1,000 miles. Okay? No, it can't. Putting on a manual saying...
No, I believe he said 1,000 meters. not miles. See, you don't know that you don't know what M means.
Earth rotates or has Earth curve doesn't actually say it's true. Heck, there's manuals that say gravity exists. Doesn't make...
Yeah, because it does. It fucking does.
Make it true, mate. I'm asking you to actually demonstrate.
So your Bible says the earth is flat? Doesn't mean it actually is, dumb fuck.
Where we observe it You're not demonstrating.
So he'll believe the Bible over, like, manuals that train people how to do shit and do it correctly. He'll believe the Bible over actual measurements, over actual proven truth. What a dumb motherfucker.
When we're observing it, you are
and he wonders why people troll him.
appealing to a manual. I can show you a manual for the Church of Zoltan. I can
No, you can't. Not one that can be used in practical application.
appeal to that. Does that make the Church of Zoltan true? No, it doesn't. So I'm asking you again. Instead of appealing to a manual that doesn't in any way take into account in real life, it's literally just...
Yeah, it does. That's why they write the fucking manual, asshole, so we know what to do to hit the fucking target.
Idiotic.
God damn it.
You can't observe it. Show us where we observe your claim instead of fighting where we don't observe it. Thank you.
You have the buzzer as well, Bob, if you want to use it next time.
Are you
You're muted, old man.
done yet
He's done.
with your derp? All right, so here is the deviation in yards based on latitude and distance and range to target. The reason that this is important is you cannot hit a target that is 75 yards wide if you have to deviate 150 yards due to Coriolis. These were worked out. These are range tables that were worked out for practical use. Now, another thing that you have to look at,
And have
don't
you shot
interrupt me.
that far before?
Don't interrupt me.
If he isn't an artillery sergeant, then he wouldn't have.
Now here,
you ever been to the Church of Zoltan, you dumb fucking hypocritical bitch?
Here is the path of historical hurricanes. Notice anything about it? Hurricanes in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise. Hurricanes in the southern hemisphere rotate clockwise. They do not cross the equator. That is a direct demonstration of Coriolis right there. So, trade winds.
Quit shaking your head, dipshit. Fucking retard.
Trade winds are the same thing. I don't know if I've got my trade winds right here. That's the lift coefficient.
Damn.
You know what the lift coefficient on aircraft are?
You didn't have a fucking clue.
Because you certainly don't know much about them. That's probably beyond you right now. Okay, so the bottom line is...
Bernoulli's principle. And stop insulting me because that shows you have nothing.
The lift coefficient?
Here is the basic... Here's the basic premise behind all of Coriolis right here. And this is what we actually see on Earth. This helps us to predict the weather. It helps us to track storms. It helps us to measure hurricanes. It tells us why hurricanes form. It tells us the basis of the trade winds. It tells us basically how a gyrocompass works.
Are you finished?
So, gyrocompasses also demonstrate
Does he sound like he's fucking finished, asshole?
the curvature or the rotation of the Earth because they cannot function on a non-rotating surface. Same thing with changes in weights by latitude, which I have personally measured. So, the fact that the Earth is rotating and spherical is just an established fact, and it's not really worth debating. I would like very much to hear your spin on this.
I'll be right back.
Because basically, it amuses me.
Okay, first of all, again, I asked you specifically demonstrate Coriolis, which you're fighting for, you can't demonstrate it. You're appealing to a manual that is not used in actual war situations. You're also appealing to curve, which we can't observe. You say it's too big. And by the way, do you know the difference between Coriolis effect and Coriolis force? And also notice that wind goes in all directions. We can explain hurricanes
damn.
going in those hemispheres perfectly on any shape. It's literally just based on
Go right ahead and
wind,
do it.
the environment, the topography. I've explained
Tell
this
me
many
why
times.
hurricanes
High-
always rotate
it's high to
counterclockwise in the
it's
northern
high
hemisphere.
And low pressure high and low pressure systems which cause the deviations because of our environment and a topography and the way the wind is moving, it can only deviate it that way. It's not due to Earth rotation because air doesn't stick to surfaces.
It most fucking
can't have a velcroed.
It most motherfucking does. Yes. It most fucking certainly does stick to surfaces. Or a Tesla turbine wouldn't work. You fucking moron.
You can't claim a velcroed air and wind at the same time. It's a contradiction.
So wind doesn't cause friction.
Nobody but you, motherfucker, says that we have velcroed air. Nobody. You're the only dumb fuck who says that.
I never said wind doesn't cause friction. I said wind, air, doesn't stick to objects.
Yeah, it does. Tesla turbine. Tesla turbine. Motherfucker.
Pressure and use it to move blades and do work. But the movement of fluid around these turbine blades makes a lot of turbulence. So Nikola Tesla invented a way to make a turbine that only had laminar flow. When a fluid flows along a surface, it adheres to the surface. So if you just flow a fluid like air over the surface of a disc, it'll make it spin really fast. If you add more discs and encase it so the air has to exit out the center, then you have the Tesla turbine. Since the discs are moving at the same speed as the fluid, it's at laminar flow, which means almost all the energy is converted to rotational speed. So if these are so good, why aren't they used everywhere?
See, that doesn't work unless air has friction.
Does wind cause friction? And if you move the surface through the air, does that cause friction?
It's a non sequitur.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. God damn.
Not.
My argument is wind or air doesn't stick to objects.
But it does.
It does, though. It fucking does.
It does respond to forces acting on it. Is friction a force?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So wind does respond to forces acting on it.
So
because you've already acknowledged that friction's a force.
What's the force acting on the wind?
The surface of the Earth. The friction with the surface of the Earth.
Show us Earth moving to make that claim, please.
Excuse me?
Show us the Earth moving to make that claim.
Already demonstrated.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
you didn't. There's no...
Yeah, he did. You just didn't believe him.
Observed...
Your retardation is not a rebuttal, stupid.
There's no observation of Earth moving. You just literally said it's too big to see.
I didn't say that at all. I never once said that. That's something that you tried to say. And I told you that I told you I've already amply demonstrated.
This is, where'd my webcam go? Oh, there it is. I printed this today. Thought this was cool. Took about an hour. That's my airbrush holder. Airbrush stand. I think that's cool as fuck. There we go.
Demonstrated that the Earth is rotating.
No, you didn't. You
16-inch
made it.
Okay, stop. Stop now. 16-inch naval rifles, changes in weights with latitude, gyrocompasses, fiber optic gyrocompasses, laser ring gyros.
Thanks, Bob.
All of which demonstrate
thanks, Bob.
That the Earth is indeed rotating at 15 degrees per hour.
None of them do. Have you ever shot the artillery round before?
Yes.
Have you?
Have you? Okay,
yes.
And what plane have you flown?
My dad. My dad has.
Before that you claimed?
My dad was an air defense artillery officer. He knows for a fact that you're full of shit, Flatzoid.
Well, that's not really important, but the artillery shell that I
you
shot...
lied about being a pilot. You lied about shooting off the ground.
No, he didn't lie about being a pilot.
What artillery round did you shoot? Where?
155 millimeter howitzer, Fort Lewis, Washington. I was number 3 gunner for 3 shots
did you
during
take-
ROTC advanced. Yeah.
Nice. And did you take Coriolis into account when you took
The
these
Fire
shots?
Control Center did, yes.
Oh, so you didn't? They
I
did.
pulled
No, the Fire Control Center did, you dumb fuck. Try and listen. God damn, he's fucking insufferable.
the cord that made the gun go boom.
So when the guy said, there it is, pull the cord, it shoots. Where's Coriolis? So
they calculate for Coriolis before he pulls the cord, stupid.
You don't actually know if
It
Coriolis
calculates
was
our
taken.
firing solution for us, and we lay that into the gun. And then once the firing solution is laid into the gun, you fire it. But
Okay,
as
if
far
an
as
ene-
your
if the
nonsense,
enemy-
okay, well, I'm
if the
going to address
enemy-
something before
if
you
the
go
enemy-
on.
So if the enemy is coming at you, and you
can use the buzzer,
just
Bob.
hold on, enemy, hold on. I just got to quickly account for a Coriolis that I can't account for, and hope I'm going to shoot you. Does that
Not a
sound
fucking
logical
clue.
to you?
What are you talking about?
You just said you account for Coriolis in war.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
No, you don't.
There it is, right there.
No,
It's right
that
at the table
manual-
for the 16. You want to see the naval table for the firing table for the 16-inch gun again?
Do you
need to
think
see it
you'll
again?
sit there and actually calculate Coriolis when an enemy is
Yes.
coming to kill you?
Yes, that's why they have analog computers on Iowa-class battleships. That's what that big dialy thing is. That calculates the firing solution, and it takes
Just hold on,
into
Captain.
account range.
Tell the kamikaze pilot not to crash into me. I just got to quickly
You don't
work
take
out
out a
Coriolis.
freaking kamikaze plane with a 16-inch naval rifle
Obviously
shooting
not.
4,200
I'm just making-
or 4,000 or 42,000 yards.
I'm not making the claim.
Yeah, I
I'm
know
just
you're not
saying,
making
giving an
sense because
example
you
that-
can't. But let's go ahead and address something that you
Why
sat
are you
down.
talking and insulting me this whole evening?
I'm going to
All
address
you do
something
is-
that you keep
you must-
insulting.
Because you're a dumb motherfucker, and that's all you're worth. That's all you're deserving of is mockery and ridicule and derision. You refuse to learn, you refuse to listen, and you think you're smarter than every motherfucker on the planet. Mockery is all you're worth, motherfucker.
Me about.
Excuse me, sir.
I am
Stop
indeed a-
insulting me.
You can use
Stop
the
being
buzzer.
condescending. I am talking. Thank you.
You just called him a fucking liar when he's a licensed holding pilot, you dumb fuck. You hypocritical little child.
Thank you, Joe.
Don't mute me again.
The
or this
whole
is over.
evening. The whole evening. You've
What do you
been
mean don't mute you
condescending.
again? He's talking. The point of the show, you can use the buzzer if you want to take control, at which point I'll mute him and unmute you. I told you the rules before
Yeah.
the show. I gave you a link to the debate structure. Thank you. Go ahead, Fletcher.
Thank you. The whole evening, all you've been doing is insulting me, being condescending, double speaking, contradicting yourself, and still making my point. I'm asking specifically, planes do not account for curvature. Planes do not account for Coriolis. You're moving totally off
You're fucking stupid, because they do.
of the subject of aeroplanes being observed to observe Coriolis or fly over a curve is you running. So again, I'm going back to
God,
that.
what a fucking
Show me
what a
where an
fuckwit.
aeroplane accounts for Coriolis, Earth rotation on it, and show me where a plane accounts for Earth curve, where it literally doesn't do so thanks to the gyros that you said shows Earth curve. Thank you.
The gyro's precess. That's proof enough, dumb fuck. The problem is that they wouldn't precess on a flat Earth if they're flying flat and level.
Okay, he's muted now. Bob, go ahead.
Well, first of all, planes do account for Earth curve because they navigate by great circles, period. That only occurs on a curved Earth. Second of all, I'm going to address something that you keep bringing up and your little fanboys keep bringing up. I am indeed a pilot. I'm an instrument-rated private pilot. I fly a Mooney M20. I've also flown Cessnas, Pipers, and Citabrias. I actually have a couple of ski landings under my belt as well. I've not flown float planes. I am not an airline pilot, but I do have my own plane, and I used to commute with it all the time. So, as an instrument pilot, I do have formal training in weather and navigation. You do not. I know how to use a sextant using a curved Earth and spherical geometry to find my location within 2 nautical miles. You do not. So, I'm not going to sit down and debate you when I have presented to you weather data. auxiliary data. I've shown you the Coriolis calculator and how it works, and I've shown you the effect of both Earth curve and Coriolis with auxiliary fire. I have personally measured the curvature of the Earth and verified it at 8 inches per mile squared, and that is good out to 40 degrees. I have also personally measured the rotation of the Earth with changing weights with latitudes. All of this is documented thoroughly on my channel. So I have nothing to prove with you. I don't have to prove Earth curve. It's already been done, and I've done it. So you wanted to talk about two things today.
Go ahead, Platform.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Again, I asked very specific questions, and again, you literally just bypassed what I asked. It's very simple. We set the argument in the beginning. If the gyroscope sets a rigid plane of horizontal, and it keeps that horizontal plane, and it doesn't change, how do you expect your nose not to fall, to drop, or to fly vertical into space by the time you get to the equator? You ran.
Because of pendulous vanes, moron. You've been told this. You've been educated on this. Pendulous vanes. You stupid motherfucker.
From that. You still haven't addressed that. You just said it happens. I also asked you to demonstrate Coriolis of proving the ground moves underneath the plane. You just said we can't observe it. I'm also going to tell you hurricanes are actual. Okay, it's an actual spin of the air. Coriolis effect is a apparent deviation. Okay, it's not physical. It appears to take a deviation. So
I tell you, ask people along the eastern coast of the United States if hurricanes are physical or if they're just apparent. You fucking retard.
When you're claiming hurricanes, you are saying you don't understand that it's an apparent deviation. As soon as you claim hurricane is due to Earth spin, you have to prove air sticks to a surface and prove that.
Yeah, I've already proven it here. Where is it? Nah, can't find it.
That the Earth rotates.
Oh yeah, here. That's right here. Right here.
Well, in practice,
yeah. If air didn't stick to a surface, this wouldn't fucking work, asshole.
You can't do that. That's why I asked you in the beginning. Do you know the difference between Coriolis force and Coriolis effect? The effect is what we observe. The force is what gives its momentum. So again, I'm going to ask you one last time. Can you show me an aeroplane accounting for Earth curve when flying, when it literally takes its rigid reference to a horizontal from point A to point B and it never changes, and you cannot show me where aeroplane has to count for Coriolis because of Earth rotating, because you're claiming it moves in reference to the Earth's surface. So we can't take it into account. Thank you.
Hey, tell us you're dumber than dog shit without saying the exact words, FKATZOID.
Go ahead, Bob.
What an ignorant fucking man-child.
You might still be muted. I'm asking you to unmute, and it's just staying there.
There you go. That right there destroys your entire fucking argument, FKATZOID. And seeing as you've never measured the Earth as flat, you've never measured the Earth as flat. You just come up with some fucking excuse of, oh, all maps are measured from a horizontal plane. You're a fucking failure, FKATZOID.
Your turn, Bob. Go ahead.
Oh, he'd fucking wash out within a day, man. Oh, I have. I've debated him twice.
That's your answer?
Fucking crushed him.
I guess he's not talking. He's showing you, I guess, the graph.
Yeah.
Okay. It's still, like I said, where is the Earth curve and Coriolis for planes, Bob? That's the argument. I can show you the Bible for Zoltan. That doesn't make Zoltan true.
Okay, well, that's all I have. Thanks very much. Appreciate you having me, Jaron. There is the rotation of the Earth, and as we saw here earlier, there is...
Yeah, so Bob is realizing that you can't teach a pig to sing. It wastes your time and annoys the pig.
The curvature of the Earth. Here is the Coriolis effect. Here is, and I also showed you those. And I've also showed you the path.
No, he's showing you a chart, a table that's used in practical application, and you're saying, nuh-uh. That's a hand wave dismissal, moron. You fucking shit stain.
The hurricanes and the rotation of storms, and really there's nothing more to present. So, thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure.
All right, do you want to read some super chats, or you got to go?
Nope, I'm fine.
All right, thanks, Bob.
Read super chats all you want. If they have specific questions for me, I'll be happy to. But I'm pretty much done with FKATZOID.
Are we going to give closing statements at least, or?
No, we're done.
Oh, so cowardice. Okay, bye.
Nope, I don't have anything else to add. I've made my case, and that's really all.
You haven't made anything. That's the point, Bob. Yeah. You didn't present anything.
I did what I wanted to do.
Believe me, bro.
You didn't present anything except for every evidence that you asked for that proves you fucking wrong. You fucking clown.
I did what I wanted to do, which was show your basic misunderstanding of all this. So
yeah, the only one that did that was you, Bob.
Okay.
Listen to the liar. That fucking lying maggot. He just can't not lie. Lies just spill out of him like CO2 when you exhale.
Thank you.
That's it.
So I'm going to give my closing statement since he doesn't want to. Is that
well, yeah,
fine?
you get your minute whenever you want to start that, and then we'll read super chats after.
Right. Okay. So notice, guys, from the beginning, Bob got triggered, insulted me nonstop, ad homed me, and didn't present evidence for what was claimed. He did, however, appeal to a manual that doesn't work in real-life situations. He also had a misunderstanding of how Coriolis works. He didn't know the difference between Coriolis force, Coriolis effect, and he didn't know what rigid means. He doesn't understand that according to a physical curve, you will have to drop your nose or you will have to fly into space if you're claiming to go over said curve. No.
See, every word that this motherfucker is uttering is a fucking lie.
He also didn't know what mean sea level was. All he knew,
every single word
knew was, let me insult and show nothing but appeal to a manual that's not used in real life situations. I can show NASA, I can show other...
Do you know what a field manual is, motherfucker? Why do you think they call it a field manual? Maybe because they use it in the field where they're working? You fucking ignorant troll.
Things which says we fly over flat, rigid, non-rotationary plane. What will he tell us? Oh no, but that's just a model. Yet it works. Everything is based on those.
No, the flat Earth model does not work. You've been educated on this. You're a fucking retard.
Model which works in reality. No observed curve, no observed rotation. Thanks.
Bob, you want your minute?
God, what a dumb
Proof's in the pudding. I gave all the. I showed you all the data that reinforces what I said. So I don't have anything else to prove.
Okay, I'm gonna go look at super chats here. Let me get there. All right, first one's up. This is for Journalism and FKATZOID, not Bob the Globe Builder. Thank you, Clit Rubs. Nice name. Real says, thanks again, Jaren. Logically speaking, who knows more about plane flying? A certified pilot or a FKATZOID? Come on, guys, tighten up. Okay. Any comment on that, FKATZOID?
Yeah. It doesn't matter who has a pilot's license. He clearly showed he's either dishonest or he doesn't understand the actual flight dynamics, which was proven tonight.
You know, in order to get a pilot's license, you have to understand flight dynamics, you dumb motherfucker. And what's funny is every time FKATZOID does a live stream, he tags someone and he expects them to come on the live stream, or he expects them to at least be in the chat, right? Where's FKATZOID? Where's he?
Comment, Bob?
He didn't fucking dare.
Okay, so that's his pilot license. I take it.
There's my pilot's license right there. So,
Great.
Do you have one of those?
I don't need one to understand flight dynamics,
right.
mate.
So you've taken flight school before,
I don't need to be a
right?
mechanic to know how to work an engine.
So you've taken flight school before, and you've learned about navigation and aviation.
Well,
yeah, you most certainly have to be a mechanic to know how to work on a fucking engine.
Clearly did
God
show you
damn
don't
it.
understand how gyro compasses work and gyroscopes. Well done.
Okay.
Really? You think a magnetic or you think a mechanical gyro compass needs to be set? That's how little you fucking understand the topic. And you're telling him he doesn't know? Shut the fuck up, you fucking dipshit.
Okay, from Jeff, we have so a gyro
God
changes its
damn it.
horizontal reference frame. To you, Bob.
On a attitude indicator, there are pendulous vanes, and it uses the normal force of gravity to keep it level. All right. So yes, that does. On an INS and an IRS system, they basically go to a 3-coordinate system. Doesn't really care where the horizon is. It will determine where the horizon is based on its location in that 3-coordinate system, and whether or not it's rotating.
Yeah, which was set on the runway.
Okay, the final experiment.
Right, and you don't need to be on the runway to set it, dipshit. All you have to do is uncage it while you're flying level, and then it'll fucking set itself. God, what a stupid fuck.
Says
Horizon
$5.
View. Good to have you here. Thanks for showing up.
Bob, are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about the globe if we don't see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yes.
Okay. Flatzoid from Kengo44. When did you get your pilot's license? How many flight hours do you have? You think you need a dip? You think you need to dip a plane's nose down, otherwise you go into space, clown?
Well, that was more of a statement other than a question,
Yes,
but let me
okay.
explain it to him just like I did to Bob earlier. You need to either change your airspeed or dip based on your angle of attack to follow a physical drop. You're not doing this, so therefore not physical drop.
Bob, let me make sure I understand what you
Oh
mean when
my
you say
God.
the plane follows the surface of the Earth. So if a plane's going over the Grand Canyon, for example, it's going to quickly lose altitude and then gain
Oh,
altitude?
I knew that would be a great flat Earth question from you.
I'm just asking. I don't understand
Yeah,
what it
try
means.
and do better than that.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know planes follow the ground. If they did, then they would change
What
based on
was
mountains.
the context, Sharon?
They follow the altitude. They follow how high they are up. They don't fly nap of the earth, stupid. Jesus fucking Christ.
You said that it
Hey, Zorg.
doesn't dip its nose down because it follows the curvature of the Earth, and since the curve is
Correct.
always happening at the same height or distance away from the Earth, then it stays.
No, the curvature of the earth is it. Jesus, I'm not even gonna fucking try. Holy shit.
with the Earth.
Correct.
God
So,
damn.
yeah,
So
I was-
what does the Grand Canyon have to do with any of that?
Well, it's part of the Earth. Rather than laugh, can you explain it to me why I'm confused? If I didn't know
Yes.
planes follow the
Why
the
do you
ground.
think you're confused, Jared?
Because I think planes don't follow the ground.
Because at this point in time, you're an ignorant fucking flat earther. That's why you're confused.
Okay, what do you think they follow?
They stay a certain altitude, maybe?
Above what?
They stay a certain altitude based on
Above what?
based on their
Ground.
angle of attack.
No. Above what? Above the center of the earth. That's what altitude is. The distance above the center of the earth.
Based on
Above
whether-
what?
the ground, obviously.
Okay, so you don't think they follow the ground, but they follow the ground because they maintain a certain altitude above the ground. Yeah, we're
the only
referring to
thing they
mean sea
follow-
level, of course.
The only thing they follow to the ground is its relative speed.
No, actually, that's not how airplanes fly.
They fly an altitude based on pressure. They only follow
Correct.
the ground relative to its speed.
No.
So another
doesn't have
thing I had to
anything do with
teach Bob
speed.
the pilot.
Doesn't have anything to do with speed. The way aircraft fly is there's a couple of things. This is called the lift equation. Okay. Now the design
Yeah,
of the
Bernoulli's
wing.
principle. We know Bernoulli's principle.
It doesn't. Flatzoid, you don't know what you're talking about. Listen to
I just
somebody
said
who
the
does.
words Bernoulli's principle.
You don't know what you're talking about. when it comes to lift coefficient. So instead of talking, listen to people who know things, okay?
Stop being
The lift
condescending
coefficient
and
has to
telling me
do-
what I do and don't understand when you literally, I told you
Okay,
in
the
words.
lift coefficient
Bernoulli
has to do
principle.
with the design of the wing. It has to do with the density of the air. It has to do with the velocity
Drag.
of the air. And what else?
Drag.
Drag?
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Low pressure and high
And the downward acceleration of gravity.
pressure cause it to lift.
What's
Yeah.
that? That's called angle of attack.
Angle of attack.
Great. What factors can the pilot control?
Well, when you set your trim, your tabs to trim, you don't
Okay.
do anything. You leave it in that level
Okay.
flight.
What does the trim tab do?
It sets the tab. You can set your level of attack
Okay,
with the trim.
what is the result of setting your trim? What
Stays
does that
level
set?
flight. Stays in level flight.
That sets your angle of attack.
Mhm.
Okay, now you combine that with your velocity, and the plane is tuned to fly at a certain angle of attack and speed at a certain pressure altitude. What happens if you turn the engines off? What happens to the speed of the aircraft?
That's exactly why I said you don't.
What
account-
happens to the speed of the aircraft if you turn the engines off? The speed goes down? No. What happens to the altitude of the aircraft?
You
if you
think
turn the
speed
engines
does,
off?
if you take velocity away, you think the plane doesn't go down?
If you turn
How do you
the
land a
engines
plane?
off, if you turn the engines off, does that decrease the speed of the aircraft once it is trimmed?
To a certain extent, you'll eventually lose momentum and fall. Yes. Do you not lose momentum when switching an engine off?
Okay. Do you? The question was.
Do you or do
does
you
your
not
speed
lose
change?
momentum when? Do you or do you not lose momentum when you put the engine off?
Okay. What happens when you turn the engine off?
Do you or do you not lose
Listen
momentum?
to the answer. You need to be quiet and listen to people
It's
who
a
actually
yes or
know
no
something
question.
for
It's
a
a yes
change.
or no question, Bob. I still have a
Now,
follow-up question.
No, we aren't listening. Flatzoid isn't listening, Jaron.
You turn the engine off, what happens? The
dishonesty.
speed
We
remains
can't
the
answer.
same. The speed remains the same, and the aircraft starts to sink. The angle of attack does not change. The aircraft simply maintains the angle of attack and speed and sinks. If you turn the engine back on, but turn it to a higher.
I mean, Flatzoid is I've lived for 62 years. I'll be 63 in August. And in my 62 years, I have never, ever met anyone as dumb and dishonest as this piece of shit right here. Never, ever in my fucking life. Ever.
setting. The angle of attack and the speed don't change, but the altitude does. That's
So when
basic
you-
flight 101.
So when you land a plane,
Yes,
do you reduce the speed?
you reduce the power and you
Which
change the angle
reduces
of attack.
speed, correct?
You reduce the power and change the angle of attack is what you do.
Well, it depends. If it's a very windy day and it's a headwind, you're not really going to change your angle of attack that much.
You're not?
No.
Why not?
It all depends. You need to keep a level. So you just decreasing
No.
your altitude with your momentum. Yeah.
What changes the speed when
Why
coming
do
in for
you
landing? What
again?
changes
This
the
is back
speed
to
of
what
the
I
aircraft?
asked. This is exactly what I asked. Do you lose momentum when you put your engines off?
When you're coming in for a
Donald Trump isn't as dishonest as Flatzoid.
landing, how do you?
I mean, that's how bad he is. The entire Republican Party is not as dishonest as this motherfucker.
Change your speed.
What do you mean? You're literally not answering my question, and I have to answer
No,
you.
I'm not.
Again.
So,
do you
because
lose?
it has nothing to do with anything.
I
Now,
asked
when
you-
you're coming
I
in
asked
for
you- Actually, I should say the entire MAGA Party. Because there are some honest Republicans.
landing, how do you change
I
your
asked your
speed?
question 5 times now, Bob.
And I'm not
When
going to answer it the 6th time either.
Because you know it debunks your whole argument. Well
No.
done.
When you come in for a landing, the way you
Dishonesty
change
from
your
the start. He
speed.
refuses to answer me.
Yes,
But he
I
wants
do.
me to answer his idiotic.
No, he's answered you 6 times, motherfucker. You refuse to learn. That's the problem.
The question which comes after my question.
Look,
dishonesty, Bob.
I'm not here. I'm not here
my
to debate you.
By the way,
here to debate you.
All right.
No.
So when you land, what happens?
No, he's there to educate, Jared. He'll say that in a minute, I think.
He's not here to debate you.
As you pull back on the stick, you change your speed. If you add power, you change your altitude. Okay, that's the way airplanes work.
It's pressure. Yeah, you're forcing on more. That's
No,
how
it's called the
Bernoulli's
lift.
works.
It's called the lift equation.
Lift. Yeah, Bernoulli's
Jesus
principle.
Christ.
Now again,
Well,
I'm asking.
it's more than the Bernoulli principle.
Okay, now based.
Yeah, Maha. Make America healthy again. What's funny about that is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s the whole thing with Maha is make school lunches healthier, do other things, make America healthy again. And oh my God, MAGA just loves it. They just can't get enough of it. Just eating the shit out of it. But 16 years ago or 12 years ago, however long it was, Michelle Obama did the exact same fucking thing, and they fucking crucified her. You can't tell our kids what to eat. You can't tell us how to live. That's how you know you're in a fucking cult.
Based on this, remember when I asked you about do you account for Earth curve? You would either dip your nose, or you would change your velocity so you can drop to keep with the curve.
No.
You said none of that happens, so therefore we don't have Earth curve.
No, your understanding of how aircraft address Earth curve is flawed is the problem. We don't have to do either of those to keep sit in height above the ground. We maintain our angle of attack. We maintain our thrust. We maintain our height above the ground. As the ground curves under us, our altitude remains the same to the curved ground.
Would the same thing?
Curve?
We're not changing our power. We're not changing our angle of attack or anything else.
So would the same thing happen on a level Earth?
Yes, of course, the same thing happens on a level Earth, but it's not, because the Earth is curved, and we know that by other means. Simply, the fact that we have to fly great circle courses demonstrates that the Earth is curved. The fact that gyro compasses work demonstrate the Earth is curved.
The fact that we have a gyro.
Thanks, Bob.
Compass debunks your argument, dude.
So
you don't even know how a gyro compass works. Tell me how a gyro compass works.
Just sets a rigid plane.
No, tell me.
It sets a rigid plane.
How a gyro compass works.
It's a spin that sets a rigid plane.
Okay, and how does it work?
By setting a rigid plane with rotation.
How does a gyro compass find true north?
Have you ever? Okay, let's put it in very simple terms. Have you ever
answer
taken
my
a bicycle
question.
tire?
How does
Have you
a
ever
gyro
taken a
compass
bicycle?
find
Have
true
you ever
north?
taken a bicycle tire and spun it, and you try to force it out of its rotation, and it tries to force itself back?
Yes. Same thing when you apply power to an aircraft.
Yeah.
With a
there
propeller.
we go. So when I've set my gyro on the runway to keep a horizontal, so you know your horizon line, your reference, it never changes, Bob.
It
So
does
no
change
curve then,
because it works off the vector of gravity as well and the pendulous vanes. That's how a attitude indicator works. Now, how does a gyro compass work? Tell me how a gyro compass works and why it doesn't demonstrate the rotation of the Earth.
Because it's set to magnetic north.
A mechanical gyro compass is not magnetic, you dumb fuck.
I rest my case. Thank you.
What?
That is a hoot. You still don't know how gyro compasses work in flat Earth.
I mean, they've told him 1,000 fucking times. He's been told at least 100 times how they fucking work, and he still doesn't get it. He's not capable of understanding shit, of retaining information.
Okay, keep telling yourself that while I literally show you contradicting yourself over and over.
All right, we've got FKATZOID. Are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yeah.
That right there was a fucking lie. That was a fucking lie.
FKATZOID, please pray for a power cut. I don't know what that means. Thank you very much, Stephen.
Yeah, because Bob needs it, because it was very painful to hear contradictions constantly.
Jeff Conkle, or Konkai, one or the other, says, is Bob an atheist?
Yes.
Bob, I'll let you answer that.
Right. She didn't accomplish getting bad food out of the system because the fucking Republican Congress wouldn't let her. Remember what fucking what's his name said? The fucking old piece of shit. The fucking Speaker of the House. Remember what he said? Before Obama was even elected? We will obstruct this president at every fucking turn.
What business is it of yours?
They just okay. You don't have to answer. That's what they asked. He doesn't think it's your business. All right, we've got both. Explain thrust and lift, and then how the elevator, rudder, or ailerons
McConnell, that piece of fucking garbage,
work on an aircraft to maintain altitude above the surface of the Earth. From Ozian. Thank you, Ozian. $5.
We just practically did. That was the Bernoulli's principle. That's what we just actually said. It's just the angle of the rudders and the trim to give with the thrust to give it drag. Okay. And lift.
Okay.
Do you want an actual explanation of that? Do I need to go through it?
It's up to you. If you want to, you can.
All right. There are four factors, or there are four forces that work on an aircraft. Okay. You have gravity. You have lift. You have thrust. Stop talking. You have thrust, and you have drag. Okay. Those are the four forces acting on an aircraft, and that's how it maintains its elevation above the ground. The rudders, which are these devices right here, what these do is these counteract yaw. Okay. And the ailerons here, or the horizontal stabilizers, what they do is they pitch the aircraft up and down, and the trim tabs are located on the horizontal stabilizers back here.
Okay. From absolutely Oaksel total something. I don't know what that's.
I just want to point out it's weight, not gravity. He loves to do that, just to point it out.
Weight is mass times gravity.
Gravity is not a force, so you can't use it as gravity. It's simply weight.
Gravity most certainly is a force, dumb fuck. It's one of the 5 primary forces of the universe, you stupid shithead.
Thank you.
Weight is mass times gravity.
Gravity is not a force. You cannot count it as a force, so you can't have it.
Density isn't a force either, stupid. That doesn't stop you from spewing horse shit.
Accounting to weight. And no, weight comes from the word gravitas, not gravity. So thank you very much.
Flats, what is a...
No, it doesn't. No, it didn't, stupid. No, it didn't.
I'm fine with what I said.
Flats, what is a gyro compass? How does it work?
What is a gyro compass? It sets a rigid plane in spin motion, so you know your reference. There we go.
All right, I'll answer that.
With the bicycle tire, like I said with the bicycle tire.
I'll explain that. I'll explain that properly now. Now, what a gyro compass is it's a gyro that spins in the plane, in one plane, and what that plane has done is it's pointed horizontal to the ground. All right. As the Earth rotates, what it'll attempt to do is it will attempt to tilt back if it's pointed east. Okay, to follow the sun, basically. Just imagine it pointing at the sun to start with, and then as the day goes on, it has to kind of come up. But it's prevented from making that motion, and as a result, by the right-hand rule, the angular momentum is shifted to the north, and eventually it gets to the minimal point, which is with the gyro compass pointing to the geographic north, not the magnetic north, the geographic north. That's how it works. That's why you can use it in a submarine. That's why you can use it. It has absolutely nothing to do with magnetic headings or anything like that. The only thing that you have to make changes on it is basically the balance of the gyro compass. It has to be correct.
So precession then?
Yeah, it works by gyroscopic precession.
Which is mechanical.
Which is gyroscopic precession.
Which is mechanical. Yeah, so not Earth rotation then. Well done.
No, it's caused directly by Earth rotation.
It's caused by precession due to mechanical.
What do you think mechanical precession is?
What do you think is causing the mechanical precession?
Precession is what a gyroscope is taken out of its rigid plane, just like you think. And how does that work on a flat Earth that doesn't move? If you got a plane that's flying flat and level, right? It's not moving like this or like this. It's flying flat and level. How does that fucking gyroscope precess, dipshit?
Transfer of energy.
All right, what is the force acting on a gyro compass to make it precess?
Dumbest motherfucker on the planet.
I don't know. Momentum, because you.
I just explained it to you. Were you listening?
There is no Earth rotation. There is no globe.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Ball. Before fucking Donald Trump was elected, if you would have asked any redneck white trash piece of shit anywhere, say, what do you think of Donald Trump? They would say, oh, that rich motherfucker, fuck him. Fuck the rich. Fuck that piece of shit. Now that he's in charge, oh, they fucking love him.
Once again, even though you had the actual explanation.
Hold on, a kid's.
Plus, he was a fucking Democrat. I mean, they talk about rhino, right? Or Trump talks about rhinos, Republicans in name only. Donald Trump is a rhino.
His toy then is.
You can't hear it.
He became a Republican just to run for president, to keep his ass out of jail. He's the head rhino.
A kid's toy precesses because of the rotation of the Earth?
What do you mean a kid's toy precesses?
A top.
Because of the
A
rotation
top.
of the
A
Earth?
kid's top. When you spin it, it actually has.
Okay.
Yeah, it has mechanical.
What happens to a kid's top when you spin it?
It has the same deal that a compass would have, a gyro compass would have.
So this is the difference between an engineering mind and somebody who doesn't know about it. So when a kid's top is spun, what happens is that it spins and forms a gyroscopic force that holds it upright. Okay? As it tilts, even slightly, it'll start rotating like this. Okay? The force acting on it is the force of gravity because it had tilted a little bit. It wasn't perfectly balanced.
I mean, I want to reach through the screen and slap his fucking stupid grin off his face. Just slap the shit out of him. I fucking hate this guy. Absolutely fucking hate him like cancer.
And it tilted a little bit, and as a result...
I mean, he's the scum of the earth. He's a child abuser, for one. He gaslights his children, which is considered emotional torture.
Will precess by the right-hand rule. Okay? Now,
that's
why when you start that...
Just a rabid piece of shit.
Thing, it starts off upright, and then as it tilts a little bit, it'll start that wobble, and then eventually it'll fall. And that is a balance between the gyroscopic forces and gravity.
Great. So I'm so happy you explained it that way. So they're not Earth rotation. It's due to the momentum. Thank you very much.
Momentum.
Okay, Mark.
What is momentum?
God, what a dumb
Mark
fuck.
says for Bob, can a plane work on a flat Earth? If not, why?
It can.
Can a plane work
Okay,
on a
we've
flat
got
Earth?
Stephen Jarvis says, now I understand why you're flat earthers.
Okay.
Yeah, because you get condescending pricks that don't understand what's going on and contradict themselves. And it's shown to be
That's
flat.
his
and
claim.
factory. Yeah.
Ozian Talk says, Flatzoid, how many naval battles have you been in?
Ooh, yeah, it depends on a lot of computer games.
Where do you observe Coriolis, Bob? It says Mark. Thank you, Mark.
Anytime you move over the surface of the Earth.
No, where do you observe it, he said.
Anytime you move over the surface of the Earth.
Where? You can show us at least where it's observed.
I just did.
Been asking all night. No, you made a claim.
I showed you this. I showed you the firing table for the 16.
That's not an observation. That's not an observation.
That's based on fall of shot.
Not an observation.
Look up the British in the Falklands in World War I.
That's actually
and
a
find
myth.
out why they had issues with their big guns.
That's a myth. Look into it. It's been proven to be a myth. Great job, Flatzoid. Bob debunked himself. Says Apocryphon. Thank you for the $1.99. But seriously, Bob, look into that. That's not a true story. Neil deGrasse Tyson goes around spitting that, and everybody tells him he's wrong, and it never happened. And like Flatzoid said, there would be no point in a military battle that people would keep shooting cannons and missing and be like, we don't know what's going on, and then have to do the calculations, and then finally, if they missed to the left, they would aim to the right. That's just how it would work in real life.
That's why they include that in the initial shot.
You see, he thinks the barrel just, how can I put this? What's the, I'm not thinking the nice name. You get like the Magnus effect due to the barrel roll. And
all right, spin drift, I think. Yeah. How does Bob fit his head through doors? Asked Jeff. All right.
It's tough sometimes.
Apocryphon says Bob's self-burn XYZ coordinates on his flat box. Okay. I believe that's it. Let me check.
Yeah, he doesn't understand.
Apocryphon is a particularly dumb piece of shit.
He doesn't understand how that whole box has to literally rotate with his globe, and it doesn't.
God damn.
And I believe that's it. All right. Well, thank you guys. I do appreciate it. I think we all could have learned something here. Any final words for you, Bob? Tell people where they can find you if they want to see more.
Yeah, you could have learned something if you weren't dumber than dog shit, Flatzoid.
My channel's well known.
Okay, Flatzoid, tell people where they can find you.
Just search Flatzoid's Perspective. You'll find me on Twitter X. You'll find me on...
You can find him lying around.
Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. And thanks, Jaron, for us. This was actually quite fun. And thanks, everybody in chat, for coming and watching the globe contradict himself once again.
Thank you much, both of you. That was Bob the Science Guy versus Flatzoid's Perspective on Coriolis and Flight Dynamics.
Chess, as usual.
Yeah.
Join me tomorrow. There will be another debate. It'll be...
Fucking pigeon chess. It's all he's got, man. It's the only thing they can do.
Myself, I'll tell you, Christians, maybe you want to stay away from this one because I have been challenged by this guy that wants me to explain whether or not the Bible is God's word and who is God. So we're going to have a little talk about that tomorrow. Be here if you want. That'll be at 12 noon Pacific, I believe. Yeah. All right. Much love to you guys. We'll see you soon. This has been Jarendism and...
All right. So that was that. I wanted to play a song. It's a very good song. I think I've linked to it in my on my channel.
Let's split up. You go one way, I'll go the other. First of us to find some truth. Back and help his brother. Maybe man don't make the war. Maybe it's lying there and waiting. All it needed was our mud and blood and guts and guns and hate. Maybe man don't make the war. Maybe it's calling all our names. Come ye winners, lose your souls. Come ye losers, die in vain. Let's split up. You go south and I'll go north on a race to do some good. Come back with your report. It don't matter who was here first. It don't matter who was last. All that matters is we're here right now. Can the past just be the past? Bloodshed and starvation, bloodshed, take heed. They both got the same damn God. They just don't know how to read. Maybe war is a God, and we're just superstitious. It's gonna take a lot of blood, 'cause boy are we religious.
That's a goddamn great line. It's going to take a lot of blood, because boy, are we religious.
You go one way, and I'll come with. Find a way to spread some love. And I wonder if, maybe man don't make the war. Maybe war is just a god, and every bullet, every bombshell, meditation's thrown aloft. Bloodshed and starvation, bloodshed and pain. We all got the same damn God, we just call it different names. Maybe war God, and we're just superstitious. It's gonna take a lot of blood, 'cause boy are we religious. Let's get together, let's go look, open your mind. War is over if you want it, if you don't, then that's alright. I saw the man who made a war, his right hand blown apart, throw a stick at a machine, it was his final work of art. Seated bleeding out, his kneecap taken off, and that's the story of the whole world. I can't seem to make it stop.
That's a goddamn good song. The man's a fucking genius. He really is. Yeah, he does. And what's cool is that this is where he does most of his videos. Like 99% of his videos. He was on Jimmy Kimmel. See if I can find it. Where is it? Ah. Well, where the... God damn it. Ah. Hold on. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, here it is.
His album is called Middle. Here with the song Horses, Jesse Wells.
And that's the backdrop they used, is his scene. Thought that was cool as fuck.
Oh, my planners made in Bangladesh. Oh, my...
I got struck for that. That's Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, here.
If you worked a little harder, then you'd have a lot more.
But yeah, I'll get struck for that shit, for Jimmy Kimmel. He's got it. This is one of my
Got
favorites.
me a red house and a red car, runs on big red.
Now, one thing about the song, he writes, I got a red pen. He should have said, I got a Sharpie instead of a red pen. But he's trying to keep with the theme of red, so.
I got me a red house and a red car, runs on big red batteries. They used to be blue 15 minutes ago, but they turned red just for me. I got me a red horse and I ride it. I got some blue friends, they're the best. We used to fly around the world on a big jet plane they call the Lolita Express. I got me a red tie and it's 10 feet long and it matches my red hat. I got me a red bird and a red fish, a red dog and a red cat. And I got me a red pen and I use it. I got a big red chainsaw too. My red friend likes that white powder, makes his arms do weird salutes. When the war gets here, we're all gonna hold hands. All the Baptists and the Catholics, all the Marxists and the fascists. When the war gets here, we're gonna get on the level. Everyone looks a little bit nicer when you finally meet the devil. I had me a red talk on a red day, looking for a thank you dressed in blue. If you want to win a war, my friend, you know you better wear a suit. I got me a red bulldog, technocratic, bootstrap tugging buddy. He wrote an elegy for a people he don't know, and it ain't funny. There's a deep swamp and I'll drain it, for my people are in danger. Who would have ever thought the deep state were the National Park Rangers? I got me some red pills in a bottle, I got black and blue ones too. All the pills are all the same, the illusion is you choose. When the war gets here, we're all gonna hold hands. All the cowboys and the hippies, put away this change misgivings. When the war gets here, we're gonna get on the level. Everyone looks a little bit nicer when you finally meet the devil. When the king's cut friend and foe, and every nation knows his wrath. When he's dead in 20 years, we'll be here and they'll be back. When we're all hung out to dry by our savior technocrats, it won't matter if you're neocon or MAGA Democrats. When the war gets here, we're all gonna hold hands. All the Baptists and the Catholics, all the Marxists and the fascists. When the war gets here, we're gonna get on the level. Everyone looks a little bit nicer when you finally meet the devil.
He's fucking brilliant. And he's been around for a long time. I mean, he's been around for decades. War isn't murder. Let's see. It's Mother's Day. We'll play that one.
Happy Mother's Day from Okaloosa County. Happy Mother's Day.
And he plays with a Salda or Salada. Can't remember the brand of guitar, but he has like a whole collection of the same model of the same brand of guitar. It's a nylon 6-string, and it just has that mellow country kind of sound to it. I love it. I'd like to have a nylon string guitar. I've got a classical, but it's a piece of crap.
From Okaloosa County, Roger Fortson took 5 in the chest just as soon as he opened his door. He wasn't under arrest, and we'd all love to ask him what the hell happened, but he ain't here anymore. Though they caught it on camera, this ain't Fallujah, this is Florida. It ain't Black Hawk Down. It's just Karen complaining 'cause his voice sounded brown. And now the airman's dead. We hope you're all happy, happy Mother's Day. From Okaloosa County, happy Mother's Day. From Okaloosa County, and the Okaloosa Sheriff's gonna hide in the weeds of chaos and information no one asked for or needs. And now the airman's dead, the cops on vacation. Happy Mother's Day from the world's greatest nation. Happy Mother's Day from Okaloosa County. Happy Mother's Day from Okaloosa County. Alright.
He's good. There's one other one. Yeah.
Will all promises be kept? Will we all be better off? I get the notion we won't know until the ketamine wears off. I looked up into my left and saw a canopy of green. I do not need to be unburdened, I just need someone to lead. And if it looks a bit familiar, like it did the other time, they say that history don't repeat itself, no, history just rhymes. The river's deep, the river's wide, and there ain't no way across it set to swim or sink and die. The way is long, the path is mean. I ain't got none of my friends left, they all vanished in the stream. I ain't got none of my friends left, they all vanished in the stream. When the black cat with his chainsaw picked a child from his litter to remind us he's a man, I'll admit I did feel bitter, and I wondered if the jester knew that he's in on the joke. Some folks don't ask what's in the wagon, they just grin and bear the yoke. And if it looks a bit familiar, like it did the other time, they say that history don't repeat itself, no, history just rhymes. The river's deep, the river's wide, and there ain't no way across it set to swim or sink and die. The way is long, the path is mean. I ain't got none of my friends left, they all vanished in the stream. I ain't got none of my friends left, they all vanished in the stream. Pave over the bodies and democratize the stones, I will leave the Yelp review in the valley of the bones. When the thirsty have their blood and all the people's souls departed, they can raise the holy swollen golden temple of the arches. And if it looks a bit familiar, like it did the other time, they say that history don't repeat itself, no, history just rhymes. Oh, history don't repeat itself, no, history just rhymes. The river's deep, the river's wide, and there ain't no way across it set to swim or sink and die. The way is long, the path is mean. I ain't got none of my friends left, they all vanished in the stream. I ain't got none of my friends left, they all vanished in the stream.
He is good. Anyway, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close out. Been on for almost 5 hours. So, anyway, thanks for watching. And click like, subscribe. Make sure the bell notification is where you want it. Drop some cash if you can. Help a brother out. And oh, that isn't it. I'll be back on tomorrow. I'll try and get on a little earlier than today. There's some people that just can't stay up that late. Because, I mean, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. So, I think so. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So, anyway, thanks for watching. We'll talk to you later.